because my cousin DeAndre got to do with some Israeli Haji niggas shooting at each other.
Because
if his got shit to do with that. That ain't his business. That's your business.
If his commandant,
no, it's not. We're an ally of Israel and bound by treaty and every single subject. No. Why is somebody so fucking illiterate bothering to have an opinion? Good God. I mean, that's what it's saying by telling us that Lockheed Martin sells schematics.
Motherfuckers.
Lockheed Martin sells schematics. And this guy knows what he was talking about.
I think if you sign up in the military
and
you want to have an opinion about where you're going to be deployed, I think you're off base at the beginning.
Out of his mind.
Yeah, I mean,
Marshall, he's out of his mind
here because
when he talks about what Lockheed Martin sells,
we're not able to have a discussion.
He has no idea what Lockheed Martin sells.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't have any idea, because if he did, he would understand that Lockheed Martin's largest sale came from fucking commercial aircraft.
Well, dude, he said what sounded like the F-23, which, if he is referring to
the F-22, the F-23 isn't.
It wouldn't be Lockheed Martin. It's a Northrop development, and it's not sold. If he means the F-22, it's not sold outside the United States. So I don't have any idea what he's talking about. And when they do sell planes, especially if we're not going to sell the schematics.
I mean, we usually have to make, don't we have to make them, most countries, I think Israel, for whatever reason, did something to where they don't have to, but generally I think they have to get the codes in order to even operate their fighter jets every day. Like they sold the F-35 to, I don't know, Saudi Arabia or something like that. Is it quiet or is my shit fucked up?
No, it's quiet. I'm gonna kick Pierre down.
We lost that other dude.
Quiet. The air is all quiet.
It's just a waste of time because he has no idea what he's talking about. He's literally wrong on every single subject. And not just wrong, but like just saying things that are like obviously wrong.
He's right that the Iran war is bullshit. He's right that the Iran war is bullshit.
Yeah, that could be. But what he was wrong about that war was he said that the U.S. should not be allies with Europe because we don't get anything out of them, and that we should be allies with Iran because we could buy oil from them. I mean, it's just talking
Wow, bitching about how we're not self-sufficient. What the fuck is wrong with it?
Yeah, and that was his other argument, should be self-sufficient, and that the U.S. should be allies with Iran. It makes no sense.
Allied with Iran, that's 100% what we were in the past.
Yeah,
Not this regime.
Never gonna happen.
With a different regime, possibly. But with this regime has had a history of attacking the United States, Romans and such.
2,000 plus American servicemen and 48,000.
That is incorrect. Iran that has instigated attacks against the United States.
Wait, here? I never said that. I never said that. I'm gonna go on mute, but I need to be allowed to speak.
No, you're good. All right.
I'll speak for you.
Good luck. Go ahead. Somebody go.
Basically, we messed with their internal affairs in the 1950s. We forced them to sell 40%, like give us 40% of their oil. So that's why the Iranian people had a problem with this. We were supporting the Shah, and they didn't. Like we were.
Argumentation that is about has literally fucking backing.
Energy. I work in energy. Stop, nigga. What industry do you work in?
Bullshit.
How the fuck
You're
am I
absolutely
bullshit?
fucking full of it.
Nigga, everybody
Absolutely fucking full of it. Every time you make a claim on the stage, in the last hour and a half that I've been in here, you have been
y'all be letting these white people
fucking shot because you can't bother me.
Hey, y'all really think y'all started us? Y'all not. I literally was just in front of a nuclear power plant in Pennsylvania a month ago.
A very nice way would just be like impaired cognitive functioning. There's things you'd say in a clinical setting.
Yeah, I think Randy Fine was using him as a dishonestly attach that guy to the anti-Iran, anti-Israel criticism.
Randy Fine wants all of the Gazan children to starve to death. He don't do fucking UN food aid.
Exactly. Okay.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that. See, here's the thing, though, is I do see. Hold on.
It literally fits the
I don't get fuck the dictionary. They can stick it. And the Jew that insisted that anti-Semitism is that definition, can stick it right up their Jewish. Well, you're wrong. It wasn't. You're wrong. It wasn't. Came up with that definition. You don't know what. No, the word got made up. No, the word got made up by a German. By a German. I know.
The word was made up by anti-Semites. And
Yes, I know, a German. No, but the definition of it, like this IHRA definition, that is a Jewish construct. Absolutely, it's a Jewish construct.
The definition of the term has always been the definition that is in place now. So you're just wrong, Pepe, on this one.
Should we go through the IHRA definition? It is very anti-Christian, by the way.
I don't know what your point is.
You know what's gonna happen? You guys should all be praying. You should be on your fucking knees repenting, because you guys will face the Holocaust, and that is when Jesus Christ returns and he throws you into the most fiery pit, the oven of hell.
I'm glad you're having a lot of fun with this entertainment, but obviously it doesn't have anything to do with our debate. What we should have recognized is Pierre demonstrating his intelligence by the fact that he stood in front of a nuclear power plant sometime in the recent past.
That's a good.
He literally said that.
No, I know he did.
I'm not. It's yeah. The point was that he was smart. He was.
Marshall's Butters.
I mean, that guy is retarded. He came in the room to fight.
If I'm Butter from South Park, I will fucking take that. Butters is occasionally cool, so, I'll take him.
Butters is Anglo-Saxon, and I don't think you can beat him, bro. You're Kyle.
No, I am not English, Irish, and French, so I'm very pale.
You're crypto.
No, he's not a Jew. He's definitely not a Jew.
Then why would he have a fat Jew in his poster? Like, why? Why does he have a fucking fat Jew? Like, what is the appeal to white Americans for Randy Fine?
Oh, you're talking about Randy Fine. No, Randy Fine is a disgusting fat ass.
Like, why is Marshall not a Jew?
No, he's
That's
not.
what I'm talking about. Yeah, what's his appeal to Randy Fine then? What's appealing to him? Like, he's fat. He doesn't even mock. So are you Jewish? Why do you like Randy Fine?
Not that I just like Randy. I thought I liked her just like Randy. I just don't like the history of saying something about an entire
But you're talking about but the definition of it, like this IHRA definition, that is a Jewish construct. Absolutely, it's a Jewish construct. I will specific. I
So you're just wrong, Pepe, on this one.
Should we go through the IHRA definition? It is very anti-Christian, by the way.
I'm talking about Randy Fine. In high school I had one of my.
I know, but now you all want them all. Yeah, you want.
Oh, like one of my best friends is black. I'm not a racist.
Yeah, bro, I don't do Jews.
One of my best friends was
Yeah,
Jewish.
I don't
but I don't run him the other mindset. Big fucking knock on him to make sure he was dead afterwards.
What do you mean by organized Jews?
I care about organized Jews and what they do. I don't care about individual Jews.
Well, there.
Like
Why
ADL,
then you
that's
should call them out by
one thing.
name.
That's another thing.
Yeah,
Israel, that's another thing.
The problem with the state, we don't have
It's not that you're against organized Jews. You're against civic organized Jews, like the two organizations you mentioned. So you should mention those names. It's like me saying I'm against organized blacks because I'm against some black organization. That would be inappropriate to say.
Let me rephrase, or let me clarify. So I believe that Jews, that they act as a state within a state because they're transnational and they're stateless. So wherever they are, they all work together to have an inside tribe, basically, that they're all...
The rootless, no, that's true. The rootless No, they're rootless cosmopolitans with their
Yeah. Well,
everything.
in
That's
groups always tend to have their preferences. In groups always tend to have their preferences. We're not talking about anything more than a preference in an in-group.
And these people, they all work together in tandem in key industries.
This is called
bigotry,
racism, anti-Semitism.
the Jews don't run Hollywood. You're a fucking bigot for even thinking that. It's such bullshit.
Oh yeah.
All I gotta say is this is an awful lot of explanation for a statement that was overly simplistic and broad. Like you don't need to, you didn't need to argue with me. You could have just said, Marshall, I really didn't intend to. Sorry. Like that's not how I see it. Instead, you like had to broaden your statement and go, well, I only mean it this way, and then I only mean it this way. And then even Pepe was like, come on, bro, you don't like James.
No, I'm not gonna concede that I hate every single Jew. No.
Just the ones that practice Judaism and
Just most of them.
yeah.
I would say a lot of them that are, yeah.
That's like the definition of bigotry. I'm sorry, just like if you want to look at, if you want to double check me, look up Merriam-Webster.
That's Jew, written by Jews. Not gonna do it.
So is it? So if I hate a lot of Germans during Nazi Germany, would that be like racist racism? Like,
Would it be?
Yeah, you were never talking about Germans. We were talking.
so what? For Jews, like how Jews made the term Nazi?
Very specific organizations that you mentioned you don't like. You don't like the ADL. You don't like
The ADL does suck.
That is not racist.
It's called Marxism. We already have a word for it. It's called Marxism. Marxism. That's when Jews are supremacists and hate us. It's called
Oh
Yeah, so all of those things you're talking about are bigotry.
Okay, Nazi. You took Nazi.
No, it's Marxist. That's the term that they can't. It's like a decade old. Like that's when the Jews that think that they are so they deserve everything because they have some divine right to be the light of the world and to rule everything and basically be the ones that influence everything and all of that is Marxism and you need to call those fuckers out.
Yeah.
Don't let that hoity-toity Jew get on his pedestal and say how, oh, you're an anti-Semite. No, you say, shut your mouth, Jew, in the name of Jesus Christ.
In God's
And
name.
you put him in place.
That worked so well for the Catholics when we tried it the first time.
And then we'll do it again.
Yep.
Damn it, Pepe!
What you're saying goes against the Catholic Church. So you want to be anti-Catholic?
No, I'm
But
a
it goes
crusader.
against the Catholic Church.
I'm a fucking crusader.
Well, you reject the Catholic Church.
No, I
You
don't.
reject the authority of the Pope. You reject the authority of the Vatican Council, and that's a position you can take. But it's an anti-Catholic position.
No.
No, it goes against the Catholic Church. Doesn't fit with the
Christianity condemns the Jews.
Not the Catholic Church, though. The Catholic Church does not. The Catholic Church is very specific on it.
All of a sudden, with 2,000 years, all of a sudden, after 2,000 years, the church ends up putting out this opinion that, it's not right to blame the Jews for killing Jesus. Even though they did kill him,
It's not after 2,000 years. So if you knew
Almost
the history of the
2,000
church,
years.
no, nowhere near 2,000 years. If you knew the history of the church, you would know that this position evolved over time, and they were not always anti-Jewish.
Mostly anti-Jew. Started anti-Jewish.
No, they weren't.
The history of
They started as a Jewish sect. They were not anti-Jewish.
The history
This
of the
developed over time, and the phenomenon you're talking about is a medieval.
I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Quit talking to us, fellow Christians, and trying to.
Dude, you can say whatever you
You're
want.
trying. You are trying
in history
to manipulate a Christian.
I'm not trying to manipulate anything.
Evil Jewish thought.
You're the one that's denying the Catholic Church.
No, I'm upholding the Catholic Church.
No, you're not.
Dear Jesus, please strike the Satan out of this wicked Jew's body, please, so he can be saved. Amen.
You're going against what the Vatican Council says. You're a heretic. You made Marshall leave.
Praise God.
Did Pierre leave too?
I think Pierre was moved down, and I think Marshall left.
Praise the Lord.
And Puppy took a chill pill.
So Bavarian, what's your dog in this fight? What you standing on?
I'm on Team Pepe, bro.
He's an Arab Muslim. We get along.
Exactly. I'm Arab, bro, but yeah, bro, I fucked with everything that he said. I fucked with Nick Fuentes, and to be honest, I listened to Hitler's speeches in English, and the first 20 minutes made me cry.
Praise be to the Lord.
Praise the Lord.
So, Pepe, you're saying you're pro-Hitler now?
You didn't know that already? He's like my fucking idol. Holy shit.
So Bavarian, what's the reason you don't like Jews?
Because they captured every single industry, right? From banking to steel to the military industry, like everything, including the media. They social engineer the people with the media, right? So that's why we have feminism, LGBT, that's people are retarded. Every problem you can trace back to them. And they fucked up the economy, they run the banks, they're making us poor. Afford a home when 30 years ago we can do that working at McDonald's. So what happened? They're devaluing the currency. They're making us go to wars. They're fucking up my country. I shouldn't even be here. I should just be in my own homeland with my oil money. That's how I'm supposed to be living.
Bavarian, if that's true, so Bavarian, if all of that is true, why did they let you
I
own?
wouldn't be here.
Why did they let you own a home 30 years ago then?
Bro, it was affordable.
Right, but why did they allow it to be affordable?
Because the market's got Jews.
Affordable 30 years ago.
Bro, because they didn't manipulate the markets the way that they have today. They didn't
They didn't control the markets then, so the
Yeah, all the Jewish speculators, the Jewish hedge fund managers, the greedy Jew.
Right, and before they weren't Jews, but then they suddenly became Jews.
No, the ones that weren't Jews. The one anti-Semite you guys hate so much, Mr. Ford. He even said, I will not pay my employees a wage where they cannot easily afford one of my automobiles. And then his whole problem is because the Jew financiers came in. They're like, we can get some schmeckles out of these people. Let's not pay these guys a silly living wage. And they tried to teach them about
So Pepe, when did this happen?
I don't remember, but this happened.
Oh, you don't remember, but you know it happened. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
The international Jew.
You guys never heard
I have a question for you, Barry. You said the Jews did all this stuff, right? So why did they miss indoctrinating you?
You said what?
Why did they?
I'm not, because I'm Muslim at the end of the day, I'm Arab. We already know that the Jews are fucked up.
I know, but
So
why did you
growing up, I never believed the Holocaust.
Yeah, Catholics and Muslims have immunity through our faiths. We don't come to the Jews like.
Pepe, let me talk to him, please.
As a kid, I didn't believe in the Holocaust.
I know, I understand. All the stuff you said, I got it. My question is, you are so indoctrinated by this one people group that you are, actually, if they did not indoctrinate you, why are you so focused on it?
Bro, they indoctrinate everyone in, most of the society.
Like in you, though, how did you get so indoctrinated by the rhetoric that you say?
Indoctrinated by what rhetoric? I don't get it. By connect rhetoric?
Yes, you say
How am I indoctrinated by Jews? I don't support Jews.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute, hold on. You don't support them. So I'm going to get rich if you don't support them.
You said what?
How do they make money not participating and giving the money?
Like when I buy things because they own all the corporations. Well, well, that's no choice. I can't live Amish.
You can't live. You could live Amish. Why can't you be Amish?
Well, I'm not. First of all, I'm not Amish.
You're not. I know. My question
I'm
goes
an immigrant, bro. I can't really do that. That's hard for me to do. I don't have the money. I don't have.
Jews are an ethno-religion. That's you can't just joke like.
Okay, hold on, Peppy. Peppy, I got it. So,
I own farmland, bro.
I got it. I know that. And do you think all the land around the world are owned by Jews?
No, I mean, but I was born here in America, bro.
I know that.
They destroyed my home country by the Jews and America.
Okay, so give me one thing. I just want one thing. What have the Jews destroyed that you know that affects you?
America.
Okay, America.
No. Give me something specific. That's too broad.
So, they did the banking system and the economy.
Okay. No. You're doing multiple things. Okay, thank you. Please explain to me, how did the Jews destroy banking?
So, first of all, they monopolized banks, right?
All right, pretty good. You know what? Right now,
Fractional reserve banking.
I got
Their banking policies like that. Like they lend out majority of what's in the bank.
I blame Uncle Nasty for all of this shit, fam. He's the one that
So I'm asking this last question. This is my last question. Do you know how many total Jews there are in the world?
Yeah, 5 of them.
Okay. How many total Jews in the world?
5.
They're like 0.02 of America in the world. In Israel, there's like 15 million. I don't know how much around the world exactly.
It's like 16 or 17 million, I think. So.
Okay. So thanks, Peppy. So let's say there's 16 million. There's 8.4 billion people on planet Earth. If what you want me to believe is that these 16 million people is controlling the whole world.
You don't know that they own the slave markets and the slave
No.
markets.
Hold on.
The markets are closed.
Dude, they did not own the slave markets. That's not.
Hold on, guys.
They were closed on Saturday, not Saturday.
Hold on. I'm going to say this to you again. You want us to believe that 16 million religious Jews or non-religious Jews run the whole world and work. Okay, hold on. So is that what you're submitting to all of us? I just want to make sure.
I believe that they have monopolies in key industries, and that allows them to act as a state within a state.
So that's exactly what you would expect us to believe.
All right.
You expect us to believe on a planet of 8 billion people and 16 million people control it?
Can I ask you one question? One question.
Let's get back to specifics.
Can I ask you one question?
So he said that fractional reserve banking was an example of the Jews taking over the banking system. Fractional reserve banking in the United States goes back to 1781. So don't give me this BS that the Jews were behind it.
I said that's one of their policies.
You controlled
Yeah, but
banking
you're
back
wrong.
in the 1700s.
It goes back to 1781. So there's always been fractional reserve banking in the United States. It's not because of the Jews. It's nothing to do with the
dirty because they had to touch interest rates, so you shoved the Jews into doing it.
That's
So
not
there
true.
are a lot of people who are Jewish banking, but they don't control the damn thing.
They made the Civil Rights Act and the immigration policies. They brought me into this fucking country.
They created the immigration policies in the
You
United
think
States.
Jews control the immigration policy?
Perhaps there's a few things. First of all, we can look at the far radical left and the very prominent roles that is a lot of Jews, to say the least, in the U.S. But if you look at the 1965 Hart-Celler Act, that was something that was spearheaded by Jews in particular. There's several reasons for it, but story short, Bernard Britt, whatever the ADL was called before, they're the ones who had really pushed for it. They ended up getting somewhat of a coalition, mainly with Italians, because the nation of the national quota that we had for the nation of origins, which favored Western Europe, disfavored Southern and Eastern Europe. And, so they ghostwrote, you need to go on ADL's website, they ghostwrote a book. And at the time, Jews did feel uncomfortable living in a country that was largely homogenous, where they were racist, because those kinds of populations usually turned on them. And also, they felt like there was a great injustice done when ships were turned back from Germany and Eastern Europe, where Jews ended up basically having to face the Holocaust. So those were their main motivations, I guess you could say. But yes, that was largely, I'll just use the term, spearheaded by Jews. Civil Rights Act, that was the quote-unquote white people that were with Dr. Martin Luther King. Jews in the ADL bragged about this. I mean, that's widely known. They did take a very leading role in civil rights. So, I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know much, Pepe. Try reading a history book sometime. I'd like to answer the question of, why are you jealous of Trump? That's really just a fake title, kind of like a lot of the bullshit that Pepe says about Jews, because he's got a limited scope of understanding and very limited awareness of who the Jews are, what they do, when everybody's personal lives is all about. Pepe just spreads his misinformation and hate speech because he's low IQ and he's got brain rot. But the truth about Trump is that everyone on this app, from liberal, Democrat, anybody with hate in their heart, is merely projecting onto our glorious orange president because he's evergreen. Evergreen means catch-all. And so if you hate something about yourself, many people project that onto Trump, and that's called ad hominem projection. In the same way that Pepe projects onto the Jews his own inferiority complex, lack of intelligence, lack of self-esteem, lack of height, lack of decorum, because any young man that says the N-word 100,000 times in just a couple of years and praises Hitler clearly was a boxer for too long, and he's got brain mush, brain rot. That's where the actual hard part of the frontal cortex dissolves and liquefies, and you become the R-word, very much like Pepe and other R-word people who spend 40 hours a week thinking about J-words when they could be reading a book, going to the gym, making money, making love to a woman, doing something, gardening, woodworking, anything other than talking about a group of minorities because their self-esteem is in the garbage. I rest my case, and I am complete. Hello?
Bro was yapping, I swear to God.
Yapping.
Could not follow it.
Because you don't speak English. That was a good roast. Gotta record all these good roasts, you know?
Is this room going or not? Is it shit down?
Breathe. That's all. Let me breathe. Okay? The reason why is you just said he was jabbed. It's the title of the room.
Oh, look at that. I got a heart from Miriam. Because Bavarian, I hear, obviously doesn't speak English. Couldn't understand a word I said. And so, again, if you are living your life and you don't like the J words, well, do you know how much history there is to actually sort through and look up? I was putting some links in the chat about when Americans, for the first time, went to war against the Muslims in Tripoli. Because these cocksuckers were running slave rackets and they wanted America to pay them their jizya. And you know what? That Ummah, we busted their asses. And we got our soldiers back, but we still paid them $60,000 when our commander said, fuck that, don't give them nothing. So there's always conflict, and not many people know that America actually went to war with France after the French Revolution, and they killed their king. And we said, all right, well, your loan is canceled, and now, because you're attacking us, we are going to wage war against France. You see how political treaties and allies can change overnight? In the same way that I hope you'll stop your your Jew hate. It's so stupid. Try reading a fucking book. Try doing something with your life instead of screaming into a conference call that you think the J words are in control of all the industries and making your life miserable. Sounds to me like you're just a fucking complainer. A chronic, complaining little cunt that needs to go to the gym and read a book and do something with your life. Try to be productive. Hello? Try playing music. Maybe you're going to want to get a music instrument one day. And maybe you're going to want to start a band. Because you make more money in music and create libraries of music than J-word hate speech all day. What do you think about that, you fucking loser?
And maybe you're going to want to start a band.
Not many people like the Beatles, but at least they didn't spread hate messaging all day long because their brains were the size of my fucking testicle. You know, you got little brain syndrome. You need to be creative in life. You can't just go around complaining all the time like Pepe. That makes you pathetic. No woman can respect a man that screams into his phone J-word hate speech all day or even N-word speech all day. Hello? Hello? This is the John Kitover Band bringing you your reverse-engineered anti-Semitic reverse hate speech propaganda of the day to defeat the low IQ rats.
Bro, if you want to talk about the music industry, don't Jews use the music industry to spread degeneracy to Christians? Don't they spread porn?
Don't the Muslims call all the non-believers the enemy and they gotta pay a jizz tax, a tribute to their ummah? Sounds to me like the Democrats, basically. In-group, out-group. I want liberty. And you know what? That means I get to consume what I want to consume. That means I get to think what I want to think. Feel what I want to feel. Say what I want to say. I'm not a Muslim, okay? I'm free. I'm in America, and we wage war against the Muslim pirates, the slave masters of Islam, the blackmailers and the blood money Muslim hustlers, the terrorists, the mafia. We'll fight them all. Hello?
Invade and conquer parts of Europe. They opened the castle gates for the Muslims in Iberia. And Muslims had it for 800.
Guess what year it is right now, motherfucker? It's 2026, and we will blow up any cocksucking terrorist Muslim motherfucker and send them straight back to Allah. Hello?
When the Spanish Inquisition was happening, they kicked out both the Jews and Muslims together because the Jews were helping the Muslims conquer Spain.
Oh yeah, post the link to that, big guy. Let's read your history. Guess what? Guess what the racist Christians of Spain did when they kicked the Muslims out? They were like, you know what? Let's all out. We hate everybody. That's what happened, man. It's not because the Jews were conspiring to overthrow the Christians. Besides, again, it's 2026 and we got a constitutional republican form of democracy here. I don't know what century you live in, you fucking Muslim rat, but it's 2026, bitch, and you better come in compliance or we will send the Marines back into your country to teach you a lesson that you will never forget. Hello?
Okay, Goldstein.
What is going on here?
Thanks for the harmonica, Goldstein.
Oh no, I heard it. Trust me, I heard it. We'll talk about it in a second. That was one for the ages. Oh my gosh. Edward,
I kept going, but I ended up relenting.
Hey, Edward, don't the Jews spread degeneracy with the entertainment industry?
I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. Peruvian, what do you say?
Don't the Jews spread degeneracy with the entertainment industry that they have a monopoly on?
I have no clue. Where do you get that information from?
You have no clue? So, do the Jews, do they have a monopoly in Hollywood?
I have no clue. I don't know what
You
you
have no clue?
No, do you know what you
They have a monopoly in
but the obvious answer though, they do have a monopoly on Hollywood.
Peppy, hold on. I'm going to be
Group
honest
up.
with both of you. I've never met a Jew who owns anything in Hollywood. The music or anything else. I don't know them. So how I'm going to claim that I don't know? I don't know, guys. I'm being honest with you.
How many shekels did they pay you, bro?
Okay, first of all, I'm trying to be real with you, and I know that you like comedy, but I'm not a comedian. Okay? I'm going to say to you again, I don't know what that owns anything in Hollywood. I don't know a Jew that put out anything degenerate. I don't know them. Never met
I don't know them personally either, but people like Harvey Weinstein.
I know. Hold on, sir.
What about Dan Snyder?
Okay, listen to me.
You don't know these people? What are you talking about?
No, I don't know them.
You don't know Steven Spielberg?
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on, please. I'm going to say this to you again. If you believe that you can just get on any speaker or mic and just talk because you've heard of a name or saw it in the media, and now you're going to go out and actually proclaim it, it shows people how much more that you have zero evidence of anything. You're just talking. Okay?
See, anybody can do ad hominem filibustering if you got no fucking life. If you come on a conference call, just create hate speech communication.
So, did a Jew ended up responding? I forget which mainstream publication this was. He's like, no, actually, he's correct. We do run Hollywood, and those that ran all the major studios, all Jewish. No, Jews they were the pioneers, the founders of Hollywood. So it's not like they infiltrated and did something, but and took it over. But that is one.
I know. Let me ask you a question, Pepe. You said they run it, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you a question. So you're telling me that everybody that works in Hollywood is made to work there?
That doesn't change the fact of who ultimately runs it.
No. Just answer my question. You're correct. It does not change the fact who runs it. But I do have a choice of where I work. Correct?
Yeah. So.
And I don't work in Hollywood. I know no Jew in Hollywood. I don't know anything about the music they're putting out. And you know what? I don't choose to work in that industry or profession. So I hear you loud and clear. But what you asked me, and Berlin asked me, do I know this? I do not have any first-hand evidence of who runs anything.
Okay.
I don't.
We get it.
I posted some.
Alright,
So
let's tell you that we're telling you that the Jews have a monopoly in the entertainment industry, like music and freaking Hollywood, even news, and they socially engineer the public. They spread degeneracy.
In like your opinion, right? Because there's a lot of black musicians that might take, offense at what you say in Bavarian. You spreading a lot of Jew hate and a lot of bullshit. You should try to check your own society and your own culture before you start.
They don't understand what I say on Twitter.
Okay,
All my niggas not
hey guys, if I
nigga hell Hitler.
okay, one more time, I drop you guys because listen, I have no shame. Please.
You're trying to say something. I don't know why they keep coming off the mic. If I say something, somebody come.
I did join the room.
Yeah, hello lady. Hello lady.
Yeah, moderators. Bavarian just said Heil Hitler. I think that's pretty fucking racist. You should probably kick that racist motherfucker to the goal.
So, this is what I want to do. I'm going to let Lady go, and then I like Matt and King to get into what happened this afternoon in their conversation, okay? So go ahead, Lady, and then we're going to go right to Matt. He's going to introduce our friend King.
Thank you. I apologize for interrupting. But I did post a link in the chat called Hollywoodism and the American Dream. It's a link you can look up on YouTube on how the Jews created Hollywood. It's a very, very interesting documentary about how they created like television, entertainment during that time. And this happened like after the First World War, which was dealing with like Germany and I forget the other country they were born with. I don't know if it was the U.S., but I think it was the U.S. and Germany. I know the U.S. was a part of it, but anyway, it definitely deals with how they started to curate and create entertainment, because that was during the time when the first black and white TV was made and all of that stuff, and making movies, and they created blackface and all of those things. So all of that.
Don't forget the technology involved to actually distribute, manufacture, produce films at scale, not just all the negative shit you're talking about.
I'm almost done. But all I wanted to say, yeah, but just all I wanted to say, like, the Khazarians and the Khazars is really what they make up of themselves, because they don't consider themselves white, like American, like they describe white men, like American white men. So that's very telling. But they created this Hollywoodism, and they control the media. They control any outlets that influence large groups in our land there.
Thank you for your intelligent.
I'm going to take a Berlin. 1 second. Okay, this is Berlin. Did you hear what I said is going to happen? I'm going to let her speak, and I'm going to turn it over to Matt. Okay, I'm going to copy her documentary because I don't have any information on it yet. I want to go through it. So go ahead, Matt. Go ahead.
Word, appreciate it. Appreciate it, Edward. Thank you. Yeah, Keen, do you want to start with the Kona?
Yeah, Rokan. So,
Kona,
so Congressman Rokan will be, and this is breaking. I have several people I've spoken to him trying to wait for actual documented evidence, but he's going to, right now, he's pushing hard. He's getting money from donors in India and other places to push hard for H-1B legislation to increase the number of H-1Bs in this country. And he and Thomas Massie plan on exonerating Donald Trump to get Donald Trump to say to push the bill and move it forward. So basically, their plan is to say, hey, we'll tell everyone that your name is not in the files, your name is not anywhere, if you back this legislation to increase the number of H-1Bs in this country. Now, I don't know what Massie gets out of it, but apparently that's the plan, and there's a ton of money coming into him, let's just put it that way. And he has, his wife has estates and has a lot of, that he claims he has no visibility into, but she has she's a multi-millionaire both in India and also in the United States. So, yeah. So I don't know how he's getting the money, but that's all I know. So I just want to share that. And then do you want to talk about what happened this morning, Matt?
Yeah, so I heard it off and on, so I don't know the whole story of what was going on, but if you want to give Stern the backstory, go for it. I mean, that was I heard it.
Yeah.
That was incredible. Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, so, everyone's friend Ben was in Patty's room, and basically, so this guy came up. I forgot what that guy's name was, but he made a comment saying the way Donald Trump, he was talks to media and talks to reporters is horrible. A president should be more respectful when they're talking. And I said, okay, yeah, Donald Trump talks horribly to reporters, true, but other presidents have talked horribly as well. So, to have this expectation that they're always going to be respectful is ludicrous. He said, no, it's only Trump. No one else did that. So then and I said, what are you talking about? Then Ban jumps in to try to defend him. What are we talking about? Are you trying to compare Joe Biden and all? And then I went through, Biden basically cursing on a hot mic to Peter Doocy, and he goes, but they apologized. I'm like, okay, so their natural intent is to do those things. And then, he also was pretty rude to Caitlin Collins. Goes, are you trying to equivocate that? I said, no, I'm not equivocating that. I said, the way Donald Trump talks to them is horrible. We could debate whether that's warranted or not, based upon what they're doing to him and what they're saying. But yeah, the way he talks is horrible, sure. Right? And should he talk that way? Probably not if they're being genuine and honest. But then he just went back and forth, and he was going nitpicking over, I sent him a source about, what the White House did to journalists under Biden, and had a quote from you were there for that, Matt. You had a quote from the president of the White House correspondence. Said, oh, well, it's not the president. I said, dude, the source says it on the bottom. He goes, no, it's a different timeline. He wasn't. I'm like, dude, it says it on the article. What the fuck? He goes, oh, he wasn't president at that time. I said, so then Fox News is gaslighting. No, they're not. I said, well, then, are they telling the truth? That's not what it says. I said, read the article. It says that in there. And he tried to change the whole thing because he was trying to defend Biden. It was pretty hilarious.
It was classic goat, you know what I mean? And the things that you are saying, I love the part where you were saying, well, did Biden say that? Do you remember all the times you asked Ban that? Because what Ban does is what's the word? Not touches it up.
He projects.
Yeah, well, not only that, it just he'll say stuff that people didn't say, right?
Right.
He has a way with language.
Right.
If you listen to him, so he'll put his spin on what we know what Biden really said, and just do a whole different narrative around what he said, which makes it look like you don't know what you're talking about. You know what I mean?
The comment where he was talking about Caitlin Collins, and he was like, and he goes, you know why? Why that was? I said, yeah, because she asked him a question. He goes, no, it's because she said, why, do you think, Vladimir Putin should do this? I said, so she asked him a question. And he got upset. No, it's the context of, he didn't. I said, dude, you just said she didn't ask a question, and now you're saying it's because she asked a question. That's not what I'm saying. The context of, he says, you're stupid because the way. I said, did he say that? Did he actually say that because you asked this, or did he just say you're stupid? You're stupid. It doesn't make sense. And so he just was trying to justify it. And, whatever. In the end, I was like, I'm not going to go on. Yeah. I in the end relented because number one, I had to get back to work. Yeah. Yeah, no, I was like, look, I gotta go. All right, you're right. I shouldn't have called you stupid, piece of shit or whatever I called you. Yeah, you're right. I was wrong. Let's move on, Okay, yeah, you're right. I was wrong. Man, you feel better, all that. And just moved on. And I was like, yeah, spirit is true. No. That's not what I was saying. I said, no, you made the comment. This time you premise that You were trying to hurt me, trying to say you're equating the two. You're trying to say no, I'm not trying to equate it. My premise is that Donald Trump is just, I mean, he's ruder than any other president. Now I didn't say this, but we could talk about the merits of why he is, but yeah, he's ruder. I mean, that's a fact. He's ruder. He's more of a jerk to reporters than anyone else. He uses horrible language to talk about them compared to any other president. But at the same time, I mean, you can't say that no president does it. Everyone has been respectful and talking to reporters. You can't say
That was your point. By the way, that's your whole point. Needs to the end. You were saying that both, all presidents have been disrespectful.
Yeah, and Trump, and I said, look, I conceded it. Yeah, Trump is worse. That's what I said. Trump is worse. But make this premise that they should be respectful at all times, which is what this guy is saying. Like, were you outraged when Biden was like, oh, then Bannon says, oh, you gave only 2 examples. To say that he was horrible with 2 examples, dude, the guy was cherry picking his questions. He was so.
The problem is, all you're paying attention to is the media. You need to pay attention to the facts, not the media. Pay attention to the facts. Bullshit. Stay away from it. You need to, y'all need to download Newsmax.
Oh, yeah, because they're not biased.
Literally, straight up. Newsmax. Go on Newsmax and
Yeah, no.
you don't have, you choose who you want to listen to. You choose who you want to listen to, like you choose how you want to listen to me.
But check this out. But like honestly, like even Newsmax is a like too. I mean, in news too, in a way for our side, in that way. So I mean, it's hard to find like down the middle, like somewhat reasonable. But yeah, what I was gonna say was, I mean, for how much shit Trump does get from the media. I mean, is the number 90% negative coverage? Is that real? Do you know? Really know that?
Negative coverage. But then, people like Ben will say, yeah, but he's got a whole network. Like, look at what he does with Laura Ingraham and all this stuff. And I was going to go down this road, but then I was like, if you guys were on stage, at least had a couple more people on stage, I would have done it.
Yeah.
But I was going to go down this road of saying, look, you want to go through this? Let's play this game. Right?
That's the wrong area to be in. I don't know why anybody would want to challenge us in the media area. That's been
Matt,
my biggest thing so far is they've been complicit.
Well, Matt, they'll say Fox News list. The thing to be very clear on, and you can do it right now, Google Fox News nightly lineup, right? And you'll see that they don't consider 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. as news. They don't. But they call Abby Phillips news. They call, CNN calls Abby Phillips news. Right?
What's that dude? The guy they always...
Yeah, Anderson Cooper. They call him news. Wolf Blitzer. Yeah, McDonald, they call him. They call Caitlin Collins, they call her news, right? So they call these guys news, right? Now on Fox, they have Brett Baer. Brett Baer is probably their only true news anchor, and he's at 6 or 7, right? They have the 5 before that, which is like a talk show type thing, right? So to say that, well, look at Fox. Fox has a lot of viewers, but they're more about entertainment. It's like WWE, right? You watch it, it's entertainment, right? Yes, they're talking about the day's events, they're talking about news, but they're clear that our news is opinion. And they call it their opinion section. They don't call Laura a news anchor. In fact, if there's news to be broken, she gets interrupted by an anchor who comes and says, here's what occurred. And
Laura's the person
which is interesting. Right.
So how does anybody consider him a non-biased source? I mean, if you guys ever listen to that guy, I mean, just constant diarrhea, TDS on his part. I mean, I don't understand how anybody can think that anything that he's saying is not like completely biased. You know what I mean? And that's played all day over in the Lisa 420 lounge. I'm like, oh my god, you like at least be like somewhat reasonable. Like I don't even think that guy's brought up one thing about Trump that's somewhat reasonable. That was my point. You know, it's really bad. It's really like why can't I say that that's a propaganda arm of the media? Like why can't I?
You had a media that was complicit, except Fox, that was complicit in covering in covering up for a president of the United States' mental condition because it was the right thing to do because it would make the Donald Trump faction excited. It would give him a reason to win. It would allow Republicans to take charge. So they made a knowing effort to say we're going to mislead the American public on this. And then you have Jake Tapper come out and write a book after the election. Because why write it? Because if we read it beforehand, then it could impact, him acting like he didn't know about this all the time. Meanwhile, these guys were complicit. See, it's interesting because people are still holding Jake Tapper in reverence. They're still holding Nora O'Donnell. I mean, what's his name? Dan was going off about, oh, look at how she spoke. I don't know if you heard that shit, but, oh, look at what she said. So, dude, you don't ask the question the way you ask it. Like, oh, what do you mean? How should she ask it? She asked about his intentions. And I said, really? That was his intention? And you saw me where I got him on that. Okay, let's read the manifesto. And then I read other intentions, which had to do with, bombing children and all that stuff. She didn't read that. He goes, oh, sorry, she didn't read that. Then I was like, he talked about other crimes. Yeah, those go under crimes, don't they? So yeah, she did mention it. I said, no, she didn't, bro. She mentioned one specific paragraph because she wanted to do a gotcha to Donald Trump and try to do that. She wasn't asking because the public deserved to know. If she wanted to, she could have read the whole manifesto. Well, probably she didn't have time. I said, dude, I could read it to you right now in 2 minutes. Are you saying she doesn't have 2 minutes of time to come on? So what happens is people don't want to accept, especially on the left, that the media does this on purpose because that's the only way they can get their message out. Nobody wants to listen to their shit. Nobody wants to listen to Abby Phillip talk. Nobody wants to listen to these people, right? And so, they play this game. And I think it's important, Matt, that we hold that account. In fact, I would say we should do one room every month or every week or something on holding the media accountable and just talk about the most egregious reporting of the media.
And that goes for social media too, like all of it, not just.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and that's a great point, because going into this next cycle of elections coming up, it's not that far away. I mean, 2 years flies pretty quickly. We're gonna have to be getting to that mode of holding things accountable again. You know what I mean? So we might as well start doing it again. You're completely right on that. So.
And look at the gaslighting that's happening. I mean, right now there was, you look at how the media and the propaganda of the Democratic Party has shaped some of the shit going on in this world is incredible. You have the German chancellor who's saying that Iran is essentially winning the war, right? Which is absolutely ludicrous. I mean, no, even Wall Street Journal won't say that. But you have the German chancellor saying why? Because they're reading shit that Hakeem Jeffries and others are talking about. And I think the problem here, honestly, is if you look at it, as a reporter asked Hakeem Jeffries, one reporter said, hey, your name was mentioned in the Epstein files. Are you going to return the money that was collected by donations? They mentioned once, your name was there, we didn't even know that was an article, and then moved on and asked another question. Done, right? Did what? I mean, is he going to say, hey, Bill Clinton, seemed to do events for Democrats, and his name is all over the Epstein file. Are you guys going to disavow Bill Clinton? Like, even Fox won't ask that. Why? If there's certain areas we don't go. Well, they go there with Donald Trump, but you won't go there with them. Like, those are the problems that I have with the media, is that they seem to pick and choose when they ask the questions and how hard they ask it. And yet that Chinese chick, the one that was the White House correspondent, it's like,
She is.
Wei Zhang or whatever her name is, right?
Yeah.
You know what she says? She says Donald Trump, when he was there, he basically, and she was like nice. She was like, he was like, "Are you okay?" And like he was making sure she was all right. And I mean, you have what's his name? And I forgot his name, but I said it the other day. His name. Anyway, he's a reporter, I think with ABC or something, and he says the next day Donald Trump calls us. The media does this on purpose. Trump calls and says, "Hey, it's the only way." He's like, "Are you okay?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, first part of me is like, Trump, you should just say fuck you to these guys, right? At the same time, he's like, "Hey, are you all right?" Apparently, and she's not talking about it, but I heard from someone I know who knows them that Trump reached out and said, "Hey, Caitlin, I know you were supposed to get recognized today. Why don't you come one day to the White House? Meet some of the team here. Press job will take you out. You guys can have some food or whatever here." And invited her to come one day to the. And she won't talk about it because CNN will be like, "Oh, blah blah blah." But those are. But and people say, "Well, anyone would do that." True, but would Hitler do it? I mean, you guys call him Hitler, right? So would Hitler do that? And so it's just it's mind-boggling.
Maybe I'd be less on the media if, say, in that 60 days, which by the way I haven't watched, but if maybe there was, maybe like a question that actually somewhat of interest to everybody. If that makes sense, right? Not just one side. We don't get that anymore. Like, even as cheesy as it might sound, just asking him about what does he think about the country and where do you think we're going? Like, that's a simple question that never gets asked anywhere. I think if you go back like 10, 15, 20 years, you'll see a reporter asking our president that kind of question. You know what I mean? Like, what happened to those kind of questions? All it is now is
Matt, we live in social media happening in the world of trying to make headlines happen and trying to get.
Yeah. And people with money
and they want to make money.
Backing these people to say.
Yeah, I mean, they want to make money. I mean, so you're looking at it, right? Everyone wants a headline. You look at it at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Shots fired, and the shooter's dead, and then, they're wrong. But what bothers me is the media doesn't say, "Hey, guys, we made it, hey, we made a mistake. We wrongly reported that the shooter was dead." They just kind of go on, "Oh, so the shooter's alive, okay," and they don't go and say, "Hey, we were."
Who's your friend? Oh, that's such bullshit.
What's interesting about Patty's room as well is Patty eats her own. She was screaming at some woman about, "You didn't even say nothing about the motherfucking ballroom." Hello?
But CNN is kind of pushing. But Brad, hold on. So CNN is also kind of pushing fall in some ways. Correct.
You know for a fact.
Brad,
I'm not Red Pill. I'm just asking. Why do you know it for a fact?
Yeah.
Well, now you're being mean. Well, now you're being mean. Now you're being dogmatic. Are you upset? All I did was question.
All I did was question. I'll let you go in a second.
Why are you so...
You don't know this guy, right? You always get...
Why are you so mad, dude?
Calm down. It's okay, bro.
All right, baseline. Okay, but baseline. Hold on a second. Baseline. You're just interrupting the conversation. So, like, I will move you to the audience if you don't. So just shut your fucking slurp pipe, okay, and stay on mute. Okay.
Well, that was
Jesus Christ! Like, I didn't want to fight tonight. I wanted to have a chill discussion. I had a long day at work. I've got to figure out a $250,000 fucking cost savings for somebody. So, I mean, shit. But Naveen, back to our original discussion. I agree with you. Post the podium speech, which, by the way, hats off to the guy showing up in tuxes. I think that's how our president should fucking look all the time. But, and I loved how he was flanked by men. Just they came out like ballers, like, let's go. But, basically, I agree with you. The MSNBC, and then the morning after, what was going on this morning was just bullshit. And then the crying about Jimmy Kimmel getting his ass canned. I agree with you all the way on that one. But at the time, I think there was just a lot of confusion in the ballroom and around the area and in the law.
So Jimmy Kimmel, just so I'm clear, he made the comment that about Trump being a widow. But that's like, you don't do that.
I don't think that's funny. Like, could you imagine? I don't know who's like fucking no late night host would have dare said shit on Obama like that. We would never have come up with that. Like, wait, we've never said, oh, Michelle Obama looks like she's about to be a widow. Like, nobody would have thought it. That's
True.
well, I think it's his bio, so no. But he's not even press. He's a shit. I personally say keep him on because when he won Michigan, I mean, it literally is.
Well, Brad, the thing that bothers me is this, right? And we as Republicans don't do this, right? And even our media doesn't do this, but our Republicans do too, right? You know how every time something happens, they ask a Republican or they ask Trump to disavow, right? No one is doing that. Like, Dana Bash tried on CNN with Raskin. Do you feel responsible for your rhetoric? And then Raskin said, well, I don't know what you're talking about. What rhetoric? Well, I got no problem with Donald Trump. And blah, blah. And then she said, well, you called him a Nazi. Well, I mean, this and that's it. Then they just ended and move on and say, well, we asked for a question, we're done. They didn't say, well, you have.
How about King Jeffries?
What's his name?
That was crazy. He doubled down. Bro.
Yeah, he doubled down about what?
King Jeffries just recently, wait, didn't he double down this morning, or was it something?
He said
Warfare, yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
they're out.
And he doubled down. And that's acceptable, right? And so why is everyone not going to Schumer and going to every other Democrat and say, do you support the comments of Jeffries? Do you support? No, they don't. They just go, oh, wow, Jeffrey said, okay, let's report it. Let's move on. Because if we keep asking them that, then one of them's going to get caught in something. And it's just like with Swallow-Well, right? They cover up all this.
Wait. That's a good point, Navi. Did any Republican come out and say anything as a blanket target towards the Democrat Party about Swallow?
Never.
No. Is there any? No. Not even Trump. Trump didn't say anything. So, like, again, they get a pass on this, and then as soon as we do, because, he swallows well, especially what Fang said, I mean, like, I just don't get it, and I'm sick and tired of it. Like, I don't like turning the other cheek anymore. I'm just tired of it. Everybody's tired.
Hello?
Trump should take advantage of this and flip the tables on the media, or at least the people that's in front of him at any given moment, and ask them if they support the manifesto. It's really simple.
Exactly.
At the bottom of that, it's saying that he's a pedophile, that he's a rapist, and all these other things, and they saying that. So they should just get him on record.
Yeah, that's 60 Minutes
So we're saying,
with the bullshit or whatever that interview was.
It's also Jamie Raskin.
Manifesto, and she was reading it out for viewers to do. And Trump, the way he responded was just horrible. And I said, "What do you mean? Like she missed a piece of it?" No, she was reading his motive, and then I was like, "No, that was a piece of it. That was his motive." I said. Then I read the rest of the thing, and I said, "He talks about." The death of children. That's not in there because, well, maybe it is, it doesn't matter. And so basically, she did it purposely to put him in a box. Now, the problem is that this is going to be the thing that she was doing it to tell Democrats, hey, run about this, right? Run on this. And so that's why Trump is not pushing the manifesto, because it mentions these comments about, pedophile and all this stuff, right? And on the side note, Brad, which I think you'll find interesting, I don't know if you were here early when I broke the news about Ro Khanna. Congressman Ro Khanna is taking money from Indian-backed organizations right now
I know about that.
for the H-1B, to push the H-1B program, and him and Tom and Massey are planning on going to Trump and saying, we will exonerate you with the Epstein files if you push this. And push the H-1B, increase of H-1B program. And probably Trump will do it. But, just
what are
meaning saying that your name is not in the files and you're not a pedophile.
I don't know.
I know.
Today will come out.
But he's not in there. That's the whole thing. Like, that's the.
Yeah, that's what
There's no lead. Like, even with, like, what is there left? Like, maybe 13, 15% of the files haven't been released. Okay. So, magically. But there's no common threat. Like, it's been ran through every GI or AI fucking algorithm to find anything associated with it. They have teams of people still poring over it, looking at it. There's nothing connecting Trump. They were like, oh, he's on the flight logs. Yeah, but he never went to the island because he was on the flight logs before 1996 when the island was fucking born. So you don't have that you don't have that, like, signed, sealed, delivered. Like, it's only Trump. And they're not going after anybody else. They're not locking up anybody else. They're not targeting anybody else on that list. They're not protesting at anybody else's box. It's only Trump that matters. And at this point, I would tell Trump, like, you guys don't give a fuck about the Epstein list. The only thing you cared about was whether my name was associated with him in any kind of way, but you weren't upset about it. And then you brought Clinton's in for a fucking shill of a fucking deposition, and just to make it look optical, and you let Hillary do her grandstand or Benghazi tears again.
So do you think Kash Patel is not the man to bring charges? Because, I mean, does he need to be fired? Because if Trump isn't, these people are saying that MAGA Republicans need to go to re-education camps. They're saying Republicans need to go to re-education camps. Are you listening to Jamie Raskin and other Democrats saying that they're going to arrest Republicans when they get back into power? So how is Donald Trump not going to fire Kash Patel and put a warrior in there? Kick me from the room to the goo. Kick me from the room to the goo. They don't want to hear me say the truth. So they kick me to the goo. They know it's true. Why do they kick me to the goo? Why is Brad Stauffenberger denying a $250,000 claim for a child? What up, son? They kicked me to the goo.
Yeah, you were bringing up some pretty interesting points into the Matrix.
I know. They don't want me to participate in their Matrix experience. So here we are, responding. This is why I record everything, because it's like, what's the point of doing all this?
Yeah.
So many times we've fallen for this trap as conservatives, Republicans, Trump.
It's so funny how like everybody's Republican now, and people are just like, what do they call it? Fucking fair weather fans.
You know, Naveen.
Yeah.
Naveen. When he hangs out with the Diogenes, right, and that fellow group of, he totally like sells out Trump. And now, when this happens, it's like he reverses his policy. He goes to supporting him again.
Yeah, Naveen is a super fair weather fan, but he does provide some interesting gossip that I will say that he's somehow privy to. Some relationships he has. Welcome, Miriam.
Hi guys. I support Trump for 100%.
100%, always, forever, right? Well, see, that room is just like super boring now. It's called open discussion, but I mean, there's just like, anyways, it's not that big of a room, anyways. There's very few people in there. It's just Marshall stinking Rankin in his cheetah jacket.
Oh, that reminds me of like this one time in college, university, biology class. I had to take off like this little shoes, and her feet were orange. Orange. What? What? I just so it was.
But for some reason I support Trump. He should give me some things.
Do you have any wisdom to share, Miriam?
No, he should to come to kiss my ass first. And then I negotiate with him.
You would think you would get that far?
Huh?
You think you would get that far? I don't think President Trump would kiss your ass.
No. He said that. He should do that.
I never heard him say kiss my ass.
No. I hear everything. Okay, that's enough for me. And
Group out group. I want liberty. And you know what? That means I get to consume what I want to consume. That means I get to think what I want to think. Feel what I want to feel. Say what I want to say. I'm not a Muslim, okay? I'm free. I'm in America, and we wage war against the Muslim pirates, the slave masters of Islam.
So, I've always voted Republican. I've never voted Democrat once, and never thought I ever heard a Democrat speaker ever say anything that I considered to be truthful. It always seems to be a lie, no matter what they say. And so I've never ever found myself in a position to want to vote for a Democrat. And I've voted in I think every major election of all time. I mean, I voted in the Green Party once for Roseanne Barr because I figured, Roseanne isn't going to lie. So let's vote for Roseanne.
The press secretary.
No.
Like all this stochastic terrorism that's being sprung up by the Democrats.
No, do explain.
a part of the manifesto from that guy. When you read the manifesto of the shooter, this Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt asked herself, how different is the rhetoric from this almost than what you read on social media and hear in various forms every single day? And I've voted in I think every major election of all time. I mean, I voted in the Green Party once with Roseanne Barr because I figured, Roseanne isn't going to lie. So let's go for Roseanne.
Now that I ate your spike homes that was in Boyle Heights.
Yeah, but you guys were they're very perplexed by me, Neo, because the thing is I'm stuck in their fucking time loop algorithm because they can't fucking figure me out. They can't diagnose me, and so they've got all their behavioralists in there and all their stuff, and they're just like, wait a minute, you're too advanced. Exactly, and so I'm stuck with them fucking with them. I'm and then I got so stuck with them that I'm like, oh my god, did I just uncover what is going on around here? Oh, it's not all. Okay, so now I've been stuck here. Thank you, Neo, for confirming.
Sometimes really good reasons for that, but I agree with you. Sometimes it's bullshit.
You have to take the cumulative total of a lot of little things. Oh boy.
And it also shows how little we actually know about medicine, the human body, and health.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Joe, I would say the exact opposite. I'd say we actually know a tremendous amount about health and how to keep it, how to preserve it, how not to destroy it. For example, the COVID-19 jab, that shows obviously we're completely ignorant as a population about how to actually maintain your health and not get lied to and hypnotized and propagandized with lotteries and Good Morning America, this is sponsored by Pfizer, etc. What do you think about that, Joe? Hello?
So, Alistair, I was disappointed to not see you on the list of politicians that have been banned or political hopefuls that have been banned from different establishments, such as like the Hard Rock or different restaurants. I thought I'd find you on there, and apparently not. It was hard. Hello?
Hello?
I've never had anybody come up to me and say, hey, are you John Kitover, that guy that ran for Congress? No, not yet. But I have had somebody come up to me and say, hey, are you that guy from Snapchat?
Well, no, you're the guy who ran for Congress but is now running for mayor. Chicago.
You're the guy who elevates his voice or raises. He goes into a tenor right at the end of every comment he makes.
I think, well, he's actually just pragmatic, like looking someone in the eye and just saying something that's painfully obviously true is a good strategy for a campaign. Like the mayor in the city that I live in, he ran for re-election, and his campaign slogan was, "If it ain't broke, don't fix it." He won re-election, and you should just make your slogan, "It can't be any worse than the last two administrations." Something like that, but
I was thinking, don't be a dick.
Yeah, I like to say vote John. It's better than nothing.
Yeah. I'm gonna send you a text. I forgot who was in the room.
It's about Austin.
Well, it better be.
But you know, my marketing materials are much better this campaign. I am gonna shut down JohnForCongress.com, I think, because like there's no point in paying for a campaign that's over. And I would like to keep it maybe for like SEO value, but I'm like, you know what, fuck it, like move on, let it go.
Why don't you do a redirect and just have a link for the website? Yeah, just take the site down, but keep the domain in case you ever need it in the future.
No, I can always register a new one. That's the thing about domains is like they have completely lost all value because you can just add an X on the end of anything, and it's like, so it's all about your keyword optimization for the most part. But I'm in ketosis because I had some cheese pizza tonight, and I'm about to have a little more.
Heart attack. I take that back. That wasn't kind. Apparently not. It was.
Oh, I've had people here say, I hope your phones start on fire, you burn to death. I hope your house starts on fire. I've had many death threats. Many death threats. Regularly.
I hope you find some way to add value to your community and society at large.
Well, see, I've always hypothesized, like, what is the first way that you can actually change your community? And it turns out that improving yourself is actually the best way to change your community. It's the first and only place to start and finish. And really, that's called using your brain to improve your brain, which I doubt that you've done in quite a long time.
Trash for them because they're old and, be civic minded, but you do you.
Well, if you see my PTR, I'm holding up what's called a book. I doubt you've read one in many years. I know people that haven't read books in 20 years.
That's why I'm on a voice app. Otherwise, I'd be in a.
You should just your slogan. Can't be any worse than
See, actually, you can read because there's this thing called audio book, which is the same thing as a book, except in an audio version of a book. Hello? The people on Clubhouse.
Do you have any recordings of yourself having phone sex? How does it end? Does it end with a hello?
Could you imagine? I'm going to do that next time. Next time I get laid, right after I pop that load, I'm going to say, hello?
You consider phone sex you getting laid?
No, I'm talking about in the real world, in the fleshy domain this Friday, Saturday night. Hello? Thanks for the recommendation. Why did you say hello to me after you had your orgasm? Oh, this guy Austin Powers I know. He goes by a rubber ducky pirate. he told me that if you say hello after you ejaculate and then you articulate, you can go into ketosis, and it acts as a an anticoagulant for fat, and you can lose weight. Hello? Has your clubhouse been like glitching for you? It keeps glitching.
Okay. Glitchy, glitchy?
Well, I keep getting kicked from rooms, and I'm just wondering, is it because my mic is not working?
John, can you spell cup?
Hello?
God damn it.
I see you, Pete. You do not.
No, but.
No buts. Okay.
Fair enough. But John, can you spell cup?
Oh boy. My goodness. Well,
I think he's looking up how to spell it right now.
I officially killed him.
No, I mean, I thought you were being facetious. Hello?
Hello?
Is this app
Did all that
glitching?
make sense, George?
Maybe not one part of it.
Alright.
Do you have Matt Gates' number on speed dial, John?
How'd you know?
Well, I was wondering, when is he going to replace Cash Patel with Matt Gates? Because I don't know if you saw Cash Patel's post, press dinner party where Cash Patel was like, "We took control of the crime scene. We called in the crime investigators and immediately started examining for evidence." I was like, "What in the fuck? Like, this is good." Like, he sounds so amateur, like it's his first time like running a crime scene.
Get a job in customer service.
Oh, I already run a nonprofit complaint department. You're participating in it right now. Hello?
I'm not profit. Yeah.
I'm so fucking bored I could weep. You're always bored. The city's gone vulgar, darling. I saw a gutter rat in the lobby. The lobby. They're letting them indoors now.
Oh my goodness.
I'll tell you what, John, how big of a donation would it take? I've got $37. So how big of a donation would it take for me to give you?
Just to leave.
Well, I think you would be.
Yeah, you can buy me off. I'll leave. I will leave if you just pay me to leave. That's always an option. Let me get you a link. Please hold.
Right, yeah, I've got $37 to my name. I'm
Oh
sort
my
of
God.
I'm a high roller. I've got a lot of, I've got a little bit of cheddar.
Austin has a lot of money. You could bilk him for more than that.
So what are we talking about? Like 3-4 cents? What? Like how much?
Oh, if you want me to leave, you gotta give me $10 at a minimum.
You want almost a quarter of my wealth?
Yeah. Just think of it. Think of how much I can give back to you for a lifetime. Oh, I give you 100x as a politician, no doubt. I mean, I'm going to cut your property taxes day number 1. Have you seen my 3-day plan? 25% day 1. Boom. Probably just saved you another $3,000 a year. Hello? Hello?
I don't know. It's very difficult to give a very specific answer. Rather, I say that when our founding fathers, and they weren't my father, but the founding fathers, nonetheless, they were thinking. They were smart. They didn't look like me, but them motherfuckers smart. They knew that people in time would try to change shit. They knew that because they knew how power is. Power corrupts. It don't have to be if you're black or if you're white, if you are the.
That's why they gave us the law, Kenneth, the law.
But power corrupts. So, to the extent that our founding fathers were smart, I give them credit for that. And they knew that shit. And that's where I become aware over time of that fact. So, my sharing and my answer to that is just to be profound specific. What was your question again? Because I want to land with that. Because I know somebody else will say something. And I want to be specific to your answers.
Kenneth, what did the founding fathers know about Islam that the woke left Democrats have forgotten today about Islam, Kenneth? The Muslims. Hello?
Well, they didn't forget nothing. Did you see how they situated the Washington? They made it. They knew about geometric universal law. They was aware. Them dudes was not dumb.
They knew how to construct a fortress, is what you're saying.
They did not like black people, but some did like black people.
But when it comes to even Islam, I forget, like, some of the founding fathers, they called them Mohammedans back then, and they would say, like, they were open to them as, of course, they're trying to have a country that was not as, that was far more secular. But, yes, I understand. Our first foreign battle was with Barbaria, where they basically they were jihadists that demanded.
Yeah, we declared we don't pay terrorists. We don't pay ransom.
Right,
Hello?
gentlemen, my last question to Kenneth was, did he feel like the progressives and far leftists were hijacking the liberal party?
We've been hijacked because of the money.
Yeah, but look, hold on. I don't want you to talk to me for 5 minutes. Like, I don't want to hog the stage. Money is a powerful motivator. It really is. But it's not the only motivator. People do a lot of things for a lot of different reasons. One of them is ideology. And if you consider that wokeism is a type of religion, it can be substantiated as such, people will sacrifice much for their religion. And what I'm seeing in our society as the leftists that are condoning political violence are quite willing to sacrifice conservatives on their altar.
Well, what happens is that, and the unfortunate thing is that we see a lot of violence within scriptures, within the Bible. So it allows certain entities to feel that violence is okay. And it's within our right to do the things that we are doing because we have the power. And if we want to point to scriptures, then we can point to scriptures and say that we have the power. And that's why it exists.
It's still more than money, and I think you reducing it to money is not being genuine. But I'll yield the mic to Pepe and other people who are less boring than I am that don't kill
Let me
especially when.
let me jump back in here.
Real quick, Monica, you're not boring. Go ahead.
Oh, Wallace, how you doing?
How drunk are you, Wallace?
Okay, how many?
No, I had two 12 ounces. I'm cool.
All right. Kenneth, I gotta ask you, what do you think of Trump? And just gotta get that out of the way right now. Are you there, Kenneth? Maybe take your water break.
He's doing lawyers.
You know what? Out of respect for the room, for Monica, I'm gonna like show self-discipline, and I'm gonna be a good boy.
Well, first of all, I love Trump. I do. For various reasons. Come on.
He just dropped a big deuce.
Different reasons that
He just dropped a huge deuce. Oh my god.
that all people
Oh, he's not gonna watch his
You're
hands.
not gonna listen and this will
Okay, hold on.
like your hand tell a king.
Dude, what is up with this Aggie, this female energy? Did you wash your hands? Let the motherfucker speak.
I think like none of you guys have gone out into the woods and told me you didn't wash your hands. You guys piss behind a tree, or if you're in the city at the club, you're pissing on the side wall of the club. You know you ain't washing your hands in there. Spare me with this fucking cleanliness, guys. You guys will fucking scratch your ass and put your fingers to your nose to see if it's fucking stained. Shut up about that.
So guess what?
You guys scratch your balls and then put your hand to your nose to see if it fucking is funky down there.
So check this out, family. I live in Detroit, Michigan. I went to undergrad at the University of Minnesota in the 80s. So there were people that didn't look like me, that I was the first.
Dude, you were in the whitest state at the whitest time in the whitest part of the fucking world. Yeah.
1988 from 1990.
That's like the whitest.
From Minnesota. I was like, dog, I know people from like.
Dude, they only had 50 Shades of White. That's only 50 Shades of White.
But at the end of the day, they was my brothers, though. And that's why I'm saying that, that's why I'm talking to you in that frame. I'm never going to argue with you. It's just that we come from sides of a coin. That's all. That's it. And that's all I'm trying to ever impress to my brothers.
Damn, are you the tarnished side of the coin? Nobody polished you. You need to trade in your pink ticket and get polished, bro.
What's the pink ticket? I don't even know what
Yeah,
the
you
pink
need to type
ticket is.
that in, by the way, Kenneth.
What does that mean?
Get the
Just-
plastic, Nick.
just click
Cash
on
in
the-
that pink ticket. Just don't
Click
click
on
I
the
don't
title
even
of the
know what a
house.
pink ticket
We'll
means.
polish you, bro. It's all good.
Click on the title of the house up here. The President Trump is joined. Yeah.
Okay. To be fair though, like he's a Gopher and he went to university in fucking Minnesota, which is like I'm gonna tell you guys in the 80s, like beyond white.
93, brother.
Yeah, that is like white, like fucking snow white fucking land. Like you don't get like dueling bandos in the South can't.
Relax, and you'll get respect real quick here, brother.
But I'm a white supremacist, and that even fucking disgusts me, and I don't know why.
This guy doesn't even know the steps yet.
First of all, if I can't love you, then there's no such thing as unconditional love. So I can't find, even if you dislike me, you can hate me. I know that there were brothers that didn't even know what I looked like other than what was on television until they met me in person. When they met me in person, it was a whole different thing, bro. So it's not my goal to change anybody. It's my goal to be who I am, and then you make your determination from there moving forward.
We built the hug thing. We built the hug the community. We welcome you.
Oh my God, are you actually living the teachings of Jesus?
Dude, he's part of the cover. Bro, this is perfect. Let's
Well, that is the thing, though. This is where I would get into it with, like,
I didn't say I was Yeshua.
I would get into it with, like, people like the Grapers. I would get into it with people like the Grapers. You know, I was kind of, you know, not too far from them.
Come on.
Okay,
but here's the thing.
But I would say this, though, is that these people, a lot of them are, almost all of his adherents would be Catholic, and it's just like, dude, you know, like Catholicism. And like when it comes to Catholicism, like being a good Catholic is being in a way almost like giving up everything to help the sick and the poor, and it's really different from, I would say, not only other branches of Christianity but even other religions. It's just and that can be a good or a bad thing. I don't want to say it, but yeah, like us being racist and all of that stuff, it's really weird. And I don't understand how people can have, like, the level of hypocrisy they have with trying to be pious while being racist, while using a religion that would disavow their racism. It just doesn't make sense.
That's privilege, Pepe. You know privilege. We've gone over 5 years on Clubhouse. We all know what privilege is. It comes in colors and multi.
Yes, sir.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about privilege.
Different age, it don't matter. My
favorite privilege is the black privilege. Oh man, bring the shit down.
Well, you asked me what I think about Trump, and let me go down that rabbit hole. What I think, because I'm an investor, okay? I remember back in the day, I do a lot of research, and Trump said before he was ever president, this is his words. You can Google it. So you can listen to what he said. They asked Trump when he was not a president, would he ever want to run for president? His answer was no. But if I did, I would run as a Republican. That was his words.
You saw him in the 80s, though. There's tons of recordings of him in the 80s where he has made tons of quotes. Anyways, there's lots of them. You should look them up.
All I'm saying is, he was aware.
I got one in my bio, and it's so relevant. You should check out my bio.
But he knew that he could manipulate. And he knew that he had money. And people knew that. And that's why he was popular.
Yeah,
I can't say too many words other than that.
What they're gonna do? We just got it down there. They had to tell him in the 70s. They had to tell him in the 70s.
Well, he utilized what we have the awareness of, which is television. He had all kinds of TV programs leading up to
long, white, bearded guy singing music like hypnotized, like that Alistair guy up there. What's his name? Alistair? Yeah, I never heard that name before. He's a hypnotist.
All I'm simply saying is he was just a different side of the coin. The people that's running.
I hope you traded in your pink ticket, brother, because I want to follow you. But
I did join. I joined already, brother. I think I gotta leave or something.
Look at Matt and Viking.
So what happened is that
good crackers, premium crackers up in here.
He played both sides of the coin. So with respect to the conservatives, they're seeing an aspect of one side of the coin. But if you can imagine, there are potential people that are racist and people that are negatively vibrating that follow
there are some very Negroistic characteristics of Trump, but I need to ask you one question, and I'm dead fucking serious. Wipe that goddamn black grin off your fucking face, because I have a serious question.
Okay.
I will kick you out of the fucking room. Now, made him smile. Now, when we bread together, okay, and somebody brings a potato salad with raisins in it, what do you think of that?
I'm listening, brother.
Is that good or is that bad?
Well, you asked a great question, fam. So, when I went to the University of Minnesota, I had a good friend of mine. His name was Paul Koenig. Okay. His family owned a farm in Hutchinson, Minnesota.
Yeah.
And I had to go back home to Detroit.
I'm sorry.
So I was just talking to the person that was in Minnesota so he can verify on the truth.
I hear you. But what are you asking? But I'm washing dishes and getting ready for the morning. What is it?
Hutchinson, Minnesota. So my friend was named Paul Koenig. And he was a good friend of mine. And during Thanksgiving, I went to his home, which was a farm. And mind you, from a city person, I ain't never seen a farm before. So and when we ate, and they didn't know, and I didn't get mad because they was loving me. They served me watermelon at Thanksgiving. Now, mind you, I'm 20 years old. I have never been served watermelon at Thanksgiving in my life. I can only laugh. I didn't find it offensive. But all they knew was that black people liked watermelon.
But who doesn't like watermelon? That's the question. Who doesn't like watermelon?
That is some northern Minnesota white people shit. Like, I can see that. I believe you.
But the white Minnesotans are like so much nicer. Like the state, because that's like where the
passive aggressive. It's passive aggressive. It's not like the way you think it is up there.
The microwave is on time.
Wallace, go back to drinking the IPA.
Yeah. Wallace, you're little blackout drunk. Just saying. But not really, not yet. No, I would say though, like even with I've been to Minnesota.
Oh, Rochester area, the southern part.
Yeah. But I will say that just in general, like there is kind of a difference between, just like how there's regional differences in the United States. I would say that when it comes, and granted, I've never lived there. There does seem to be some differences amongst different groups of people, including the people like in the northern part of the Midwest, and I don't know how they do.
It's different. It's different. Oh yeah. Hold on. So like, I will say this. You're right. There is like they have a passive aggressive in the city. When I first, it was beautiful. Like I mean, parks, everything there. People actually smile. No, there are some racist piece of shit cops out in the fucking city. You couldn't deny that shit.
Fuck yeah. Can I park you a little thing?
Just let me finish, buddy. You can come. Yeah, like that shit was really, because you saw it from the sidewalk when you went to Minneapolis. You went to Minnehaha. You were on Beta Muscat. You were walking through Uptown. You could kind of tell, like you could see what was going on there, and a lot of people of a multitude of colors were all like kind of uncomfortable because the cops they were a different set. Like Chauvin was like probably a mild comparison to some of the cops up there. So I get it. But like when you got out of Minneapolis area, you got out of Hennepin County, and you were in Wright County.
Living friendly, brother.
There you go. Once you got out of those two counties, you were fucking. All of a sudden, it opened up. It was a whole world. You hit Duluth. People were happy. People were working. People had beer, smiles on everybody's faces. You were sitting down. You were partying on Lake Superior. Like you turn around, it'd be all black people. Everybody be eating. Everybody having a good time, drinking. Kids playing in the water, in the surf. Cold as fuck, but it would be fun. And then you come down to Minneapolis, and it was really a weird vibe in Minneapolis. I guess is to try to say it, because just.
Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? There's 2 happy people in Duluth.
Go ahead. Whoever was speaking, go ahead.
That's the.
He knows though. He's been there.
I've been to Duluth. It sucks. Duluth sucks.
If I knew it was gonna be that cold, I would have not chose to go to Minnesota.
It's not that cold.
It's fishing. It's the fishing. You know, you go fishing in different places.
It's not that cold.
I mean, go to the Pacific or the Atlantic. It's fishing. We're going.
So I came on like a midnight, like right there at midnight. I wake up the next day and I'm like, I went to the. God damn it, Wallace. But like over there, the next day I'm like, I'm in Anchorage and I'm just like, holy shit. Like, oh wow, there's black people. Amazing. So like I didn't picture that about Alaska. And then there's like, I'm talking to the security guard because I'm just waiting for my fucking girlfriend just to hurry the fuck up. And he's like, oh, they shop until they drop, don't they? And I was talking to him. I just remember thinking in the back of my head, and I was like, of course I didn't say this loud, but it's just like, holy shit, like you motherfuckers would not even exist here probably 500 years ago because you like die of vitamin D deficiency. Whereas it takes a very special, like you have to be basically an Eskimo to live here, and like you have believe it or not, like quite a lot of black people in Anchorage, and I would say one of the cool things about that place is that it is super libertarian. Like nobody cares.
You really should interrupt Pepe. Let Pepe finish.
No. The only thing I was gonna say is that was one of my. Even though I did not like the climate, it was perhaps somebody who grew up in Arizona. You can probably understand why I didn't like the climate, but I would say the people there were probably the coolest I've ever met. Just super libertarian in a way where it's like you have boundaries you don't cross, but you kind of just let people be. It's a really cool place.
Kenneth, I bet you miss those hot dishes, though. I bet you miss it. I bet you miss that. And those Juicy Lucy's, I bet you miss those. Those are good, man.
What is a Juicy Lucy?
Whoever said Juicy Lucy.
That means it's good. I just don't know.
You know who's in Minnesota? No, you just lost that. So if you're in Minnesota, just order yourself a Juicy Lucy, and you'll figure out what it is, and you'll enjoy it.
I'm gonna have to look it up now. This bullshit.
What's a Juicy Lucy, bro?
You didn't have one?
No.
Oh man. All right, I'll tell you.
Right?
No. It's like a bird.
I just looked it up.
Yeah, I told you, and it's stuffed. It's all on the inside. All over. They're served all over.
What?
Yes.
I'm gonna have to call my boys to be out.
What?
No, it's a type of dish.
Capitalism is lost, family. This is why everything is great in America.
You're at the same, and so I love that so much. Like yeah, like Islam is a religion of justice, and that's why.
I definitely. I don't know about Hussein. I don't think that was actually a good example he used. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. What you're really saying is Christ. That's what you're talking about. You want someone to just cough it up, and because they know, they're like not concerned. You're talking about Christ. They're not. There ain't that many people that have that kind of union with the logos. I think the closer I get to understand, and the more I don't even. God is huge, way bigger than you. And it's just really hard to think that he would be. How much of a very huge universe expanding at rates that are like faster than light.
It's like an embedded frequency.
Market.
Dude, I don't
He
want to
does
tell
it,
you, but
and because he is influenced by APAC
you just get off the
and
bus.
Epstein issues, he's motivated to do certain things and to say certain things. But at the end of the day, he loves money. That's why. What other president added an extra section to the White House?
But it's part of it. You gotta love it because it's part of it. It's kind of sad, but yeah, you gotta love it. Would you trade everything for power and money? Would you personally, would you trade it all just to have it all? Give it all to have it all. Would you do that?
Not me, because I know money you can't take with you. We go. Yeah.
So take it while you can. Is that your mentality?
For me, no. Trump, I think yes.
Yeah, I would.
Trump cares about his name. He's going to leverage the money to ensure that his family name is continued and that his legacy will be able to continue. He also wants to go down as the greatest president ever. He's going to go down as probably the most transformative of all time. And if he hits $21 trillion in investment opportunities, which is over half our debt, he's going to be able to basically keep this country afloat for another, 200, 150 years?
Because
so
United States is dead.
Because we read the book, that's how we do it.
He's speaking facts. He's speaking total facts.
If Trump doesn't do what he does, literally, you and I don't live the lives that we're living for the next decade. Our kids are not living. I'm serious.
Trump is totally setting us up for the future.
What's up, Crow?
Trump is totally setting us up for the future.
Hey, Kenneth,
Pay attention. That's what he's doing.
Really quick,
He's setting everybody up for the future. And that's what's going on.
Well, I wanted to clear the space so you could actually start from the beginning. So say it again, clearly and loudly.
No, Trump is setting us up for the future.
Correct.
But pay attention. Pay attention to what he's doing.
Exactly.
He's setting us up for the future, for the next president. He's setting up the next president in case he don't get it. But you know what? I think that it's gonna go a little swing thing where somebody flops out.
We're gonna let Crow finish, Kenneth. So let Crow finish. Go ahead.
No, that's all right. Y'all talk.
My apologies, Crow.
No, you good.
I live on Crow, so I want to hear it laying Crow.
No, I think Trump is probably going to be our next president at the next election. By they're gonna do it. They're gonna make it happen.
Bro, so does that
But
mean
you know what?
other amendments though?
He is our best president we've ever had. Besides, hey,
Suck a fucking dick, you faggot.
that's all right.
He's gonna be.
What's up, Superstar?
We're gonna have a
That's all right. You
third-term
say
president.
your thing.
In other words,
say
you
your
want
thing.
us. You want
Let me
us.
fucking talk.
No,
Let
you
me
shut up.
fucking
You shut up. You
talk.
fucking.
Let me
You
talk.
fucking homosexual. Shut your fucking mouth.
Hello?
No, I moved you to the audience because you
Hey?
stupid piece of shit. So you're trying to tell us that we're gonna have a president who's gonna be so great, which by the way, he's gonna be like what, not in his 90s? I don't know. I forget how old he is now. And he's gonna be the greatest president ever. This is fucking retarded. Okay, and like he would, how much he would change things constitutionally in order to remain a president, like that's just chaos. And I get it, you know, you can be a super fan of Trump, that's fine. I voted for him 3 times. You know, I talk a lot of shit about him though, too. You know, I voted for him because he's the best option. But hold on, but you know, this worship that I see with a lot of you fucking retarded maggots, it is so, you guys are so dumb. Just the dumbest fucking people to ever live. You have no...
It's just Pepe projection. That's ad hominem projection. Green bean Big Pepe.
Yeah,
Napoleonic
I know.
Pepe.
Guess what? To go to his
Ha
I'll let the maggots.
Ooh, we got Pepe a little angry here.
Idol worshiper.
Oh, he's a Pepe. No, he's a little
I
Pepe.
disagree with you, but I love you nonetheless. At the same time,
Boy Crow, so if Trump has a
it's
third
like,
term,
it's like if you, this thing,
He does have a third term.
so should they?
I think that he get a 4th term. Because you know what?
What if that's
all you gotta do is get a vice president, and the vice president steps down and let him back up.
Double Crow,
right?
Okay, so
I mean, we can make it happen.
That's what has to occur, right? So, do you think if that's the case, and let's say that he could somehow be elected in a 3rd term, do you think that they should be allowed to work around other amendments? Let's say the 2nd Amendment.
Well, yeah.
So what if Trump in 3rd term, and 6 years later, when there's a Democrat in office, they totally take away guns, for example, and they cancel out the 2nd
One of those Looney Tunes crowds. Yeah, well, the problem is the Democrat office needs to do step aside because the Republicans are holding it down. If you go back and
answer the fucking question. You didn't answer the fucking question. You goddamn troglodyte. You smooth brain fucking troglodyte. You shut your fucking mouth, you piece of shit. No, you low IQ piece of shit. You need to, no, this is the question.
Like fucking not charging me with this fucking new charging, and I'm over here. I'm like, you took my $30,000 check. Like false alarm, I found it, guys. Don't worry. It's right over here next to this bad taco.
Del Taco. That's a good idea.
Del taco is fucking good. Love it.
Almost. I mean, I could make that. I could make it to the Chinese place. I could make it to the Chinese. Yeah. Keys.
So, Illumi, I'm wondering, Illumi, have you ever studied the 2 Barbary Wars that the U.S. inflicted on Tripoli in the 1800s?
What?
Hello?
What? Hello?
I'm asking you, do you know about U.S. history in regards to Islamic piracy? Hello?
Yeah. From what? To Tripoli.
Yep. There were 2 Barbary Wars, and the U.S. government refused to pay tribute, but they did pay ransom. Well, they wanted to legally call it ransom and not tribute because they found it to be ridiculous that they would have to abide by the Mohammedan constitution. Well, the point is, they fucking went over there and kicked some ass, and they actually took a whole city. And the guy that took the city was upset that the U.S. brokered a peace deal when he wanted them to release all the hostages with no money. And we paid $60,000 in 1800. $60,000? It's like $5,000 a human had a lot of money back then. I mean, multiply that by 100.
Believers, because they decided not to pay because you decided you wanted to get out of it.
Zuni, you sound annoying. Please mute.
Well, please stop talking in code. Please stop.
Code?
Please stop talking
Stop breathing.
Zuni, are you Jewish?
He looks it, doesn't he?
Yeah, you look Ashkenazi.
I am Jewish.
Oh, Ribono Shalom. Congratulations, I didn't know you were Yiddishkeit.
Yeah, I am.
Ribono Shalom. This time next year, dinner with Benjamin Netanyahu. After they clear him of all the fake genocide charges. Just a bunch of lies.
Is that why you came in here? They were complaining about me kicking their ass?
But can you guys stop talking about me in front of me and this like I'm so sick of it. You guys have been going on so long. Please stop and no gaslighting, no nothing.
Alumi, I heard a rumor today that they're saying there's more Hamas fighters now in Gaza Strip than before they started the war.
Sense you would appoint me as your king.
Well, you're just a cartoon, though. That's what you don't
Not any
understand.
sense, and I would make your lives into a paradise, but with a clubhouse cheap, instead of unifying around a person, any animal, every animal in the freaking animal kingdom finds an alpha.
Mm-hmm.
Find a leader of the pack.
Well,
they organize into hierarchies.
Yeah. No, they don't. Not necessarily. Have you ever seen birds? Have you seen how birds operate? They're like the alpha predators of society. Birds don't give a fuck. They will kill and eat and fly and fuck. They don't give a fuck. They're free.
Birds are more like drones than they are freaking
Why do you guys talk about
living things. Like,
Oh my god, Zuni. Zip it, Zuni. Zuni, zip
I
it.
still don't know how birds work, by the way.
What do you know that I don't know?
It's nothing. We're in a book club. You see my PTR? I read that book today. You ever read a book like that? Hello?
Yeah.
But you didn't. But you ain't read a book in years. Years. Hello?
Why do you guys talk about me in front of me? What do you guys know that I don't know?
We know some secrets.
That I don't know.
We know some secrets that you don't know.
They were like,
why does the whole world know something that I don't know?
Because you're not reading enough good books, Zuni. We've got really good axioms and aphorisms that have increased our intelligence. We're like the next stage of human psychological evolution. Hello?
Yeah, but like everywhere I go, it doesn't matter. Like, and I'm not just talking about online. No matter where I go in the world,
Well, what about it?
it's like the whole thing is like orchestrated. No matter where I go, and like I try to test.
these new combat
I
boots?
try to
Oh my
test
God,
it
you're
too.
so
I try to
comfortable.
test it too because I thought it's like I try to build a profile. Like say if you were looking for a criminal, right? You would have a profile, right? This person's like this, person's like that. I cannot get a profile because it doesn't matter if it's online, real world, over here, down the street, another state away. It's like how the fuck is this all orchestrating?
Yeah. Well, see, the thing about life is there's so many. There is an infinite number of variables because it just extends out into the universe. And the thing that I heard about life is that it is based on the principles of random chance. Randomness is the law.
I'm being real, so you're just gonna troll me like don't even answer.
The real answer. This is what I read in a book on theses.
How the fuck is all this being orchestrated?
Because it's all based on randomness, and so that's the secret. Meaning that once you realize that the whole thing is random, that's secretly joy, because it's random. If it wasn't random, it wouldn't be joyful.
How are my thoughts not secret?
Your thoughts are not secret. Your thoughts are universal. Hello?
Right. How is that working?
I don't know. Go outside. Look at the moon. Get a magnifying glass or a telescope. And microscope. No, microscope. Yeah, telescope. And just look at the face of the moon, and just know that the deepest crater on the face you can see goes into the moon 8 miles. Now just imagine standing at the edge of the precipice of that goes down 8 miles, and you're on the moon. You know, hello?
Hello. My dog said hello too.
fix any laptops today? Illumi?
I'm working on a printer.
You're fixing a printer? Wow. What a waste of time.
The one for my shed.
$600.
Well, what were you? Is a customer's printer or something you were using it to print shit?
It's one of those that, wholesale. It's just broken slightly, and so you can't really sell it with all the rest. So, what do you do with it? Well, you just go buy one from Amazon and switch around the little parts and then send it back.
They have these new ink.
What I do with the one in my shed, Mikhail? What does that mean? What do I do with the one that was left there?
Oh, just
Why do you lose
throw it in the garbage. Throw it in the garbage.
I don't know why you left that right there. So
Why would you throw something of value in the garbage?
Because these printers, honest to God, like
if they're in a box, put them online. If you don't need a printer,
you can sell it,
if
yeah.
they're broken, find a replacement.
So Zuni has
You have all
Illumi.
these corporations that are not paying taxes that are just thinking out insurance products for free for you to go. Just like your return policy.
So Illumi, what do you think about Freemasonry, global Freemasonry?
How much are they paying?
I mean, they've got billions of dollars, I assume, in their.
Where do we sign up, right?
You can go sign up. You can find some Freemason lodge in your area and go
They're
join
gonna
them.
pay me if I sign up.
No, you gotta pay them. Duh.
What do I have? No. That sounds like a Ponzi scheme right there.
Exactly. But what I'm trying to say is, if you look at them.
It's too highlighted. It's too talked about. Things that are actually useful and done secret are not this fucking popular. So what?
Well, you still have to look at it. There's history.
It's not Freemasonry.
Oh, really? You're sure about that? Because I have 2 books on Freemasonry, and it's global, and it's the Europeans, and a lot of it is political. So there is a political, historical,
It's a placebo effect. These people think, oh yeah, look at us, we're over here, we're doing something.
It's not placebo. These are networks. These are communication networks, and to say that they didn't do anything is stupid. And if you think that the books that I have are just stupid, well, I would just ask, what was the last book you read? Hello?
The last book I read is
Hello?
Quran. The same Quran. See, every Muslim can just say the Quran on that question.
No. It's actually
Not the best book in the world, so
It's not. It's not the best book in the world.
It's a book that you can't read.
Bro, I got it. It's not 1,000 books. I can rank it.
You haven't read the Quran. You read the translation of the
Yeah.
Quran, my friend.
I got it, my friend. Okay, Zuni. Sorry, Zuni was trying. You're interrupting Zuni. Be a gentleman. Let this woman speak.
Until you read it in Greek,
I know you want to troll. I know you want to troll here, Alistair, but I'm not going to benefit.
Troll? How dare you project troll onto me? You're a troll.
Okay. Well, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. But anyways, the last book I read was Muhammad is a Believer's Bread and Honor. I ordered this book. I have it in my hands right now.
Awesome. What did you learn? What have you learned? Give us an extract.
So when it this guy's take on Islam is much more which is kind of odd. He's not a Muslim or anything. He's like a white guy, but he has a whole other take on like who were the believers in Islam, right? Like it wasn't this very rigid type of Islam that you see nowadays, you know. It was more like a believer could have been like a Christian or a Jew or a it wasn't this like someone who necessarily does the 5 daily prayers of Shahada, etc. And so I read that book and I went back and I like read the Quran. Like the Quran actually does really read like that, but it would maybe sometimes you don't notice it that way because you're looking at it through a different lens. After some of the things that he said, there'll be things I read.
Did the book mention anything about trans or LGBTQ? Because I'm sure Necro would like to know what the Muslims think about the believers who are trans or LGBTQ.
Well, I mean, so the thing that I noticed about so like those kinds of things, people focus on those because the majority of people, it's not like I wake up every day and I'm like, oh God, I hope I don't want to, love a girl. No. I'm in. So it's easy to highlight one sin that most of us aren't doing and then go against it. Well, everyone's, the guy who's really against fucking the transgender, it's like, that's fair. And he's ripping everybody off of his business. And, so he's doing all kinds of shit. But it's just like, it's one sin for everybody to gang up on and come together on and then highlight and focus like, this is the problem. Well, they're all a problem. You're just the guy that can focus on this one because it doesn't involve you, and it's something that you can unite on. That's that. It's innocent.
Because after reading the Constitution of Muhammad, I just have found that the Islamic Constitution is basically a charter on how to start a mafia organization to basically blackmail people, abuse people, intimidate people, rip people off, and give them no real jurisprudence, no jury trials, and always leave it up to the Ummah, to the Allah, and to the laws of Muhammad. And to me, those believers versus non-believers, in-group versus out-group, to me that's ignorance, because the in-group fails to recognize that they can't be the in-group without the out-group. And so therefore it is a network, a hidden network through communication. And in 2026, if you are still living in the year 600, shame on you, read more books, and stop with the bullshit. Because Muhammad was a mafia don, a godfather gangster, and he hypnotized millions and hundreds of millions, billions of people throughout the years.
That's not true.
Oh, it's true, baby, because you don't even know the Constitution of Islam, and that's just like your opinion. I'm citing facts, I can provide links, and we can debate actual source material from Medina, and you can try to wise up, and you can fight the Ummah, you can fight the Muslim terrorists, and you can fight for justice and liberty and peace and wisdom. I am complete. Hello?
Yeah. So and this is how I know. So because Islam is such a widespread thing, so that I know for a fact that it started out as something good. I know for a fact. I don't have to read much to know the goodness of the Prophet. I know the Prophet is good. Things have attached itself to it, and how big it's gotten. And so of course, I don't when I look at if I want to go read a fatwas and this, I have no idea where this came from. It came from the Prophet. Who knows? I don't know, but I know that the Prophet's good. He's good, and that's why the message starts getting spread. But and then it's good because it gets real popular and it gets inundated with evil.
I made so many snarky remarks.
So and then the level of slang. He's crazy. He's this. He's that. So you're like, oh yeah, there must be some prophet because the
Muhammad is messenger of lies, hypnosis, and destruction, and blackmail, and blood libel, and blood. The guy is just a gangster. He's intimidating everybody. Come to war with us and pay for it, or we'll kill you too. That was his message in the Constitution of Medina. You should read it. You need to go to law school so you can learn how to read, apparently.
Yeah, he wants to. It's like the, I don't know, whatever floats your boat.
So, and then you also believe that if you sincerely repent, that God will forgive you, correct?
Yes.
So then, what would be the point of the crucifixion if you already know that if you sin regardless, sincerely repent, that God's going to forgive you? What would be the point of the crucifixion?
This comes into the theory of the atonement, and I think that I affirm the substitution atonement, that Christ became a curse for us. He stood in our stead, taking on the wrath of God to appease the justice and holiness and wrath of God. So Jesus took that.
Before you keep moving forward, I'm just trying to gather this all together.
Break this down. Yeah, that's fine.
We've established, right, that God is merciful and forgiving.
Yes.
And you do understand the difference between being merciful and being forgiven?
I think the mercy is giving you something that you do not deserve. So all of us deserve death, which we do get physical death, but we deserve what's called the second death. And Christ has redeemed us from that by dying on the cross for our sin. So yes, he gives us mercy, and the mercy.
So in your thought process, the mercy is the crucifix.
Yes.
That's the mercy. God simply being merciful because that's one of his attributes.
He is simply being merciful.
If God is simply merciful, why the crucifixion? Why can't God say, I'm merciful, I know you and your intention, I know that you're here and that you sin, right?
I think he's been good now. But I don't think he has nothing to do with it. I also think that has a lot to do with vice. It's not, bro, because I don't think nobody will argue about his success for 16 years. Right? No, I think it had a lot to do with it because it had nothing to do with that.
If rap was underground, right, and Drake wouldn't be there.
I have business.
Yeah, man.
assemble this weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I studied assassinations, and interesting question, right? Why do you think this came?
America actually got their stem from yeah. Okay then, so you understand where their system is coming from. And then I'm gonna put her name in the
said, do you know who these people are? And you said, no, I don't. Who are these? So we told people that you don't know. So you're basically, like you said,
That's being emphasized back here in this section. And so again right here, we're not doing that. That's you guys already know. Yes, I know the truth. You can't handle the truth. We talk about this criminal syndicate all the time. They're the ones who have targeted American presidents in the past. Yes. Yes. And they're the ones who are targeting President Trump right now. Yes. Yes. Well, the way in which they're targeting Trump is it's a multi-layered strategy they've got going. They've got a psychological operation running that's convinced people to hate Donald Trump. They suffer from a condition, we call it TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, perhaps you've heard of it. Well, these people used to be normal until their brains were washed by the mainstream media. Analytically think. They didn't ask any questions. They were easily manipulated. They just believed what they were told by media without questioning. And those same mainstream media sources that we've now learned that they've been lying to us all about a number of issues, those are the same mainstream media sources that the people who suffer from TDS, they believe what is coming from those channels. And they're being conditioned into violent behavior. And some of them are acting like it. We are seeing a pattern of activity, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, they're targeting Trump in a lot of different ways. They have an entire psyop going, incentivizing people to be violent, to target MAGA supporters. They have a whole psyop going on that Trump is a king. Well, if Trump is a king, how come you guys are allowed to protest that he is? You get the idea that they're trying to still do their narrative. Okay, it's your king. You guys voted for this president. The majority of people did. Yeah, the people who are upset, who are pushing this no king stuff, they're the ones that are actually acting like kings. They're the ones that put these unelected bureaucrats in place to control your lives through many different mechanisms. From finance to geopolitics to health to even what you think. They control what you think. Well, what you think is based on what you see.
Fucking any type of gaslighting or fucking mental fucking bullshit.
specific JCCC, and we were all wrong, and you were right.
That French.
I'm like ashamed because I'm like really thought I was right. I'm
Sorry, Randolph.
What up, Wallace?
We're all in up.
Is that room over?
I can't associate myself with you. This is like like those motherfuckers are not nice. Like I'm gonna roll out like you, and I'm gonna be the same. And you know what? I was before you was. And you know what? I came on here on Clubhouse, and I totally changed myself, and I was gonna be a real person. I was gonna be real.
Of course,
truthful.
the outcome we would like is
To
that
the moment.
we stop them from being belligerent towards, ourselves. Primarily because we're the United States.
It's Pepe's world. It's a Pepe world. Another bonus Pepe episode in Pepe's world.
I got it in control. That's not the outcome. Well,
You don't even know, John.
The Strait of Hormuz has been shut down.
What a fucking. Where is all these
All right, everybody, welcome back to another exciting episode of the Progressive Movement House. This is another episode of Pepe Never Shuts Up!
I've been reading poetry and I've been doing the best for myself. And you don't even know that. John, I am not fullest out of my experience of following you.
Who was speaking? I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, it's Marshall.
Man, you ain't got a problem. Man, you my brother. So, all
That is
I think my concept was that Trump does stuff about money. So he's dead. Because he's in the market. Guess what I am? In the markets. So I look at what he says and what he literally does. It's two different things. Because when it gets to the edge of a decision,
One of his delinquents.
Why don't you just update your PTR with my photo? It'd be so funny.
at the end of the day, we got bills to pay. Right? So, at the end of the day, even though he got bills to pay too, in the markets, you recognize there's a difference of greed and fear. And it took a long time for me because I trade and I invest. Invest means I just buy stocks and crypto and stuff that I can, because inflation is a reality. So when you talk about the Strait of Hormuz, we are balling in monopoly money. I don't ever know if any of you, I'm almost 60 now. I used to play Monopoly a lot. So our dollars, literally, is nothing but monopoly, subject to inflation. So you may say, what does that mean? That means that dollars don't mean nothing unless it's Well, I learned that in law school. No, seriously. I learned that in law school, and what that means is that we got the biggest army and we can bomb your ass. That's what that means. Well, because there's two things that happened right after World War II after we dropped two freaking nuclear bombs on islands. Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Okay? So what that happened was is that put a whole bunch of people on notice that don't let that happen to you. Okay? So everybody came to to have a treaty and to sign that shit. So we became the the current at the time because we could drop a lot. Point though. Here's my point. But
mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of my soul with gold, the flashing
Anti-vax like me is not welcome to this stage at. He loves you, Juan.
I have lavender stuck in my teeth. Who leaves actual lavender blossoms? Damn.
house then.
Yeah, I'm not that close to her, really.
Yeah, actually, that was the first time she was missing from that room in the year, 9 months. I've been dipping in and out of that room, and nothing was said. I hope she's well.
Yeah, me too. There's that whole, like, everyone likes to go where everybody knows your name, but you also like to go where people will notice if you're not there, right? Just, I kind of noticed her not being around for the last week or so.
That's beautifully said.
She's well.
This is not funny. I feel for the family. I don't know if I would be talking about my brother. Y'all would have to have me like in handcuffs and shit before I be giving any information on my brother. I don't know, y'all.
As Cal State Dominguez Hills, that's by Compton, right? Is that by Compton?
I thought it was by Carson.
Is it by Carson?
Cal State Dominguez is Carson. Carson,
Okay.
Harbor
I gotta
City.
Let's see where it's located.
Well, Compton's not too far from there.
Yeah, Compton, because they call it Dominguez Hills. That's like a fancy Compton, they call it.
No, that's a good school now. When it first opened, they were calling it that, but it's a pretty decent college now. What did he get for Dominguez? What kind of his master's?
Yeah, I think he got his master's. It's been on the news all day today, actually. It's been on the local news.
Yeah, that's true, Amari, because I have not been looking at the news all day. I'm like running the room on clips because I've been sitting there trying to figure out what's going on. So he graduated from Dominguez. I thought he went to what's his school? What was it? Holly Pomona? Where did he go?
Caltech. He went to
Caltech.
he got a bachelor's from Caltech.
Okay, Caltech. Okay.
Yeah, Caltech, and that's Pasadena, right? Yeah, that's Pasadena.
And that's a good school, right? Caltech?
That's like one of the top.
Better than Holly Pomona?
Oh yeah, isn't that like the MIT of the West?
Huh? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Caltech has got to be in the top 10.
Oh, I thought it was Holly Pomona.
Nationwide.
Well, he's a smart guy. We probably will never, because he's not cooperating, right? So his story, I would love to know. What sent you over the fucking edge? Because I'm not buying this group he belonged to. Did you hear me talk about the group that he said he belonged to? I'm not buying that. The one from the 1870s, the Wakers or whatever it was, We Be Awoke. Did you hear about that group he belongs to?
Nah, I heard about a group, but that's so busy. I haven't been. I'll be honest with you. Something. What's today? Monday. This happened on Saturday. Yesterday I was busy. Today I didn't get a chance to. So I'm getting all my news from y'all today, for the most part.
Oh, okay. Thanks a lot. now with her in that position, and she thirsty than a mofo to put blacks away, this guy's cooked, 100%. So I feel sorry for him. But she had the pipe bomb dude too. That's why I said what happened to him because she was in that position when the pipe bomb guy was arrested. So ain't heard a peep about him.
Do you think Judge Ferrell's doing a good job? I mean, I don't want to trigger Haitian, but do you think she's doing a good job, Lisa?
I think she's super thirsty. I think she's really super thirsty, and she wants to be seen and heard. And I don't like people like that. If she was smooth, kind of kick back, like yeah, we're gonna prosecute him to the limits of the law. Nobody got that, but she's super thirsty. We didn't even play the whole interview. She was talking for 8 minutes. I stopped after three. So I'm sure she's been rattling on. Listen to the Fox interview she gave. That's the one I was playing. She's just really too thirsty. And then I don't think she likes people of color. I could be wrong. Everything is not about racism. I know. But anyway, I just get this vibe from her.
Well, hopefully, yeah, you said Lawrence O'Donnell that Trump is tired of the war tonight.
That's what he said because as far as the breaking news about the war, he says that the leadership in Iran is out of sorts. But hello, really? You think after you done killed everybody, what did you think? I mean, this is weird that he would even say that after he assassinated supposedly the whole top leader. That's what he said, but I don't believe that either. And he's like, we're gonna cancel these meetings because Iran seems to be out of sorts. That's crazy. So that's the new thing with him. But he wants to end the war. I don't know how this is gonna go down, y'all. This is the weirdest shit I've ever seen. You're not talking to the people. Nobody's. Why he pulled them back, I don't know. The strait is still closed. Gas prices are still going up. How? How is this going to end?
So, Lisa, you mentioned it, and there was an article in the New York Times that described the way their leadership is now. And the new Ayatollah, wherever he's located, this part's speculation. There's some speculation that he's in North Korea now, some sort of hospital wing. Like he went from, this is all speculation. But speculation he went to Russia for healthcare after severe injuries and then from Russia to North Korea. But in any case, the New York Times, they said that the way that the orders are going to and fro the Ayatollah, they're going through so many couriers and deliveries and backways that essentially the IRGC is in control. And so much is delegated to them that even though he's nominally their leader, it takes so long to get communications to and fro him that it really lands to someone else.
And they're the hardliners, so the whole thing was reversed. It's not looking good. And a lot of them from RGC are going against that as well. Because he joined when he was 17 and went forward against Iraqi war. So yeah, it's not a good.
It there. Oh wait. Oh god, I lost it. I hate this computer. Okay, so it says Russia confirms Iran. When was this? That's April the 1st. Okay, so that's not a good one. I was trying to find something a little bit closer to today.
Real quick, so
For many men, or even moves towards him.
After me today, Jason Whitlock.
The death threats, the murder, slaughter, they kill people in detail. detail for hours, and people record you doing it, it is against the law. Just so please don't scroll. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe. Please don't scroll. Please don't scroll.
I don't know.
Yeah, but
I think they're meant. Well, let me explain it to you. I believe
there's only one thing in this world that will.
He says no man should be triggered by the words of another man. It's a sign of mental weakness. It's crazy.
Yeah, shit like literally makes this living off of doing stuff like this. Anytime shit like comes like that, and he gets pressed over doing this. That's his thing now, is this stuff.
Yeah, like that. See, so Haitian, that's just proof right there. Stuff like that. So, you know, that's why, see, man, you gotta understand.
Hi. Hi, Speed. How'd you find me? I don't know. I just live here. You live here? Yeah. What's up, bro? What's up? Check. Bro, I just learned a new Polish word and you don't understand me? Cześć. Yeah, cześć. Do you want to learn a new word? Yeah, but tell me a new word.
Exact number.
What's up, my baby? Something pagane. My bad. You want a piece? Yeah. Alright. Thank you. Hey, you're welcome. One piece?
This video made the entire internet explode with rage because when this guy went to grab some.
Australia, you're so mean for that. So for anyone that doesn't know, these are speed bumps, and what they do is if you're going too fast, this right here will drop down, and then you'll like dip into it. Oh, let's see. These people are all going to speed limit apparently. But anyway, so just be going, and then this will just drop out from under you, and that's the meanest type of speed bump. But also, just as a general note, I've never been to a country that has more speed bumps than freaking Australia. Australia, you're so mean for that. So for anyone that...
This is for the flight attendants and the pilots. How'd you know it? Road flight. For real? How long have you been a flight attendant for? 36 years. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We truly appreciate it. You just made my day. Thank you so much.
It's Aaron, I can hear you. Alright, I'm requesting you to get out of the vehicle so I can do a 3-hour sniff with my patrol canine. What's your probable cause? I don't need probable cause. Yes, you do. Nope, not yep. Stay in Florida. Yeah, you do. Alright, get out of the vehicle. Okay, I can get out. Alright, turn off your car, please. What's your name? Thomaston. This is a retaliatory stop. Okay, unlock the car, turn it off, and please exit the vehicle. I already said I am. Did you hear it turn off? I want to watch. I only have to present it, sir. I don't have to hand it over. You guys just don't like it when people know their rights, that's all. Get out of my car! No, the dog did not alert, because there's no drugs in the car. So you're a liar. Dog just sucks.
What's up? I put it. Sure is the future of portable beverage school. Enjoy hours of high school drinks anywhere. Save time, money, and the environment. See you there, Kevin. You must stop this. There is no hope. This is a really bad idea. There's a million coolers. Stop. I'm not. It was a bad presentation. It was a bad presentation.
And I think that you have a shot for me to invest. It's not what I'm interested in investing in. So I'm sorry I'm out.
No, we should invest. I personally am not. Congrats on what you've accomplished.
Good luck, guys.
So, I put
What can you say in Chinese? 我的名字叫 Matthew. 你的名字叫什么? Friend from Taiwan, come up here real quick. Come on up. I want to see if she knows, if she can tell me. 我的名字叫 Matthew. 你的名字叫什么? Is that true? And say into the microphone. What did he just say to you?
He said,
This is perfect. I know, you're used to only doing karaoke with a microphone.
He said, my name is Matthew. What is your name? But in the way he said it was, I had to like really pay attention.
Gary, that's how he speaks English too. How many languages?
What? Every day, you gotta want to take a picture? Hey, you know what? I'm gonna take a picture and I'm gonna send it to you, man. Come on, bro. Yeah, bro. Your teacher tweaking. What's your number so I can see the picture, bro? No, you know what? What's my name? Hurry up. Yes. I'm about to be snapping you, bro. That's so Instagram. Oh my God.
What's going on?
Yeah, you're right. I forgot.
It felt partisan to me in a way. Gary had explicitly stated he didn't want to have a conversation about general political violence, not about one side or the other side.
Miss Kuchera, why don't you come have a seat up here? Because I'm going to guess you don't want him anymore, and he can't even probably practice anymore. So we will go on the record in the matter 24 CM 213, State of Wisconsin versus Casey Kuchera. The state appears for the district attorney Kevin Schick in person. Miss Kuchera.
I have no idea what that's about.
Sir, you know why I'm pulling you over? No, sir.
Exactly.
Well, I listened to the interview. I was going to say tonight that we have some things myself tonight, and then if there's anything interesting, we'll talk about tomorrow. But wow, I was like, wait a minute, who's doing my hand?
No, there's a pre-existing history of critical thinking forum in our chat. He's unfortunately somebody who life can be difficult and cynical.
Sorry about that.
I'm saying you have the critical thinking, you don't know that seeing it is right about one of them. Like, that's cool, but that is do better, man. Well, the conversation was supposed to be about like whether the it was supposed to be about like whether an event where the White House would have done better, and Gary was talking about political violence, and he was saying, you know, it's gotten extreme and we shouldn't do it, and he was trying to keep it kind of top line. So that was generally what it was about.
And then there's a little bow in the back. Oh my God, you're a genius.
I don't want to do this things, right? But like, I was reading about this shit or whatever. I was
Yeah. The handle.
On a train. Like how did that happen? No. You took a train. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. Did say that like going through look. Yeah, Amtrak. Yeah, he took Amtrak. Not like going through LaGuardia or something like that. But like they had to put luggage.
Ron asked him to take care of the bus.
They don't bring on trains, no buses.
Oh, really?
This next one's crazy.
Oh, okay.
I think we want to transport away from the state resident.
No, I mean, no. We were the Chinese buses on the Lower East Side, so it was something different. But I thought
You won't believe what happened.
Yeah, they was way worse. Yeah, so but I thought they did that on trains though. Oh, that's whack.
Who knows? Maybe they do it for like the long, that's not long as cross country too. So nah.
These are the best wasps. They've got some goals before me.
Okay, someone asked me the way they asked me. They said, so you never took the bike from the fish?
Nah, I did, but it's so long ago. I like, but I thought, I mean, you gotta understand, like, after 9/11, it was way, like, more secure out here. So, like, I didn't know that you can actually, like, move guns like that. Like, no, of course you can. But, like, they said he had arsenal. You know what I'm saying? Like, so no one saw that he went that far. He went 16. Yeah, that shit was wild. Like, he actually do that. No, of course, I couldn't hear
Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of four.
Stop. Yeah, what we talking about? Under siege too? What they gonna do with
that? Was the 90s under siege too, man. We're talking about
the reason why they started doing
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Your roof is loaded with snow and it's a liability for the whole neighborhood. You need to shovel it off before
you can't hide. What you gonna do with it?
Your English is very good. How long did it take you to learn English once you got here?
yeah, I mean,
it was really easy because we speak English in Australia.
And I'm not even talking about that. I'm just saying how
Thank you. It's such good English, such beautiful English. And living in the United States so beautifully. Were you educated? Where? Liberia. That's very interesting.
the White House, he said he had an arsenal. So we don't need
I'm saying put that in context.
an arsenal with multiple weapons. So multiple weapons with different calibers.
Okay, so let's say they said they had 12 gauge, right? It could have been one of the smaller.
What we need to do now is get focused and stop pointing fingers. You're a problem.
That's not hard. And then
You're a real problem. What we need to do.
Not that hard.
Talking about they also this usually are talking about knives. We're talking about multiple weapons. So we just didn't know.
What's that? Right, look. Then he goes, right, okay, and then he takes the knee, and then look at this guy at the back, see him in the corner with the beard, right? Now watch, see if you look over to him and watch what the guy in the beard does.
We're talking about
look at that. What is that about? In a minute, yeah, watch this, right, look. Look.
I'm just trying to start seeing my head. Not to say anything.
Crazy Jones.
Crazy Jones forehead. Crazy Jones forehead.
Catherine Fellows.
Like even I just saw it. Even the dude
Kate Fellows, 210.
who was running the show, whatever. Like they
Nicholas Dennis.
looking at the front door, seeing like no security. How would the fuck that would have never happened?
Nick Dennis, Valley Brigade, 82nd, Airborne, all the way.
The buyer thought the cheese seller was trying to short him, so he watched closely, but instead of weighing anything, the old vendor...
What's up?
He made his reservation on the 20th and 21st. And right after Trump said he's going to be at the dinner, his sister had
access to media stuff, so she was able to get it in the hotel. He took his rights, so the guns and the knives and stuff were in his suitcase. They don't check that shit on the train. So that's how he did it.
And here's the thing. This is a funny thing. This is how you know you do. This is how you know such monkey business. Think about it. Let's talk about his two henchmen or whatever. Stephen Miller and Stephen Miller, photo editor, scared about, he got himself wedged behind Secret Service and his wife. He's thinking about your wife. Jenny Hanslet left his wife under, who's also pregnant, under a table or whatever he got out there. Bro, he's
Pin in here.
it is amazing that
Drop this carefully in there without releasing any of them.
right.
Then the head of the FBI, he crouched under the table, and he got women in gowns standing up looking around like what's going on. Your pussy ass on the table.
Hold the pit. Was being held comforted by another dude and he was holding her hand.
Bro, these dudes, bro, like the fact that people take these people seriously, like this shit is gonna go down with you. Like this is why I was trying to, be that I don't know with people and I was trying to be with them. China is way more than I'm not ready. I mean, I don't know. I'm not ready for the education system. Garbage. You're saying like you still probably going to do something like that to make it circulate on it. Like, I'm not doing that.
I mean, like, I know this shit we're being flooded from shit that China wants us to be focused on. While they are focused on
a combatant being killed in war and think that
and then you got we are a nation of
You have no self-control.
There's evidence of that.
And then there's addiction.
Nobody's impressed with AI. I don't understand. It's like all we do is talk about AI, and then when we like actually use it, and then we get.
They don't
making you be on social media, that is a choice. Just like you the ones making you be on Clubhouse for 16 hours a day.
It's an addiction. It's an addiction.
Is it also you guys have addiction problems?
No, I don't. No. Not. Here go the thing, Misha. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing it. It's a Misha. It's definitely is Misha. Yeah, but like when I was in China or whatever, like I don't know the China. When I was there, like they teach those children. First of all, they don't let them put their social media right there. Maybe Instagram in certain ways or whatever, but they don't let them access Western social media because they know it's addictive. Even the founder of TikTok or whatever said he don't let his kids fucking TikTok. He said that he slipped up and said that in a moment of truth or whatever, he tried to take it back, but it was like you said that. You don't even let your kids go. But
China has build anything.
No, but
She even talked about
wait.
When we was trying to bring back tariffs, like nobody wants to do like we was talking about jobs and jobs trying to get jobs back from China. Like nobody wants to work these jobs, someone shit. Like China's doing it big.
Big Amari, like you gotta. I don't out there or whatever, but like we went on. Like if you go out there and pay, like I'm not gonna tell you the price. You can live up and it's called Asian Odyssey. They take it to multiple different cities or whatever. Once I saw Chongqing, once I saw Shanghai, like I'm like, cause living in New York, they put us to shame, in Shanghai is way bigger than New York. Like how are they doing it better than us? But like also I'm big on education, and I started my family, later on in life or whatever, and you know they start teaching those kids binary numbers when they were three, 3 years old, and putting them in STEM programs when they're 5 years old or whatever, and they just progress. We don't do that here. We don't do that.
And bro, too, with that, right? Now it's mandatory AI in the curriculum from K to time they graduate. And by the time they're in middle school, they expect to be able to put an agentic agent together. People over here are still scared to touch ChatGPT in America.
Right.
But wait, but do you know the suicide levels of those students in China? That these colleges and universities actually have nets at the highest floors because they're under so much pressure to do well. That's huge. I mean, look at the numbers; it's wild. There's a lot of pressure. It's not all good the way you see it. And yes, there are social media apps that they use. It may not be Western, but they have their own versions that operate in the same way. You're making it seem like they, have put social media on lock for their populace. They haven't. It's just
No. That's
Hey, but it is true though. When China was still running TikTok, remember the kids over here weren't able to watch the same type of content.
Algorithm was different.
So of course, it's to the country. But what I'm saying, the type of content they were watching over there was educational and pro China, versus kids here. You already know the dumb shit they watch.
Right. Look, I mean, born and raised here, like my people, I'm half Nigerian, half American. My people go back to the revolution. And, so I know all about, like, this is my home, and, I'll still feel a way about America, but at the same time, like, when you have a kid, you think differently, and I'm big on education, and that comes from my Nigerian side. So I'm not playing, but yeah, there are problems they do have. Like there's certain things once you go there you can't access. I couldn't even use my MasterCard. I mean not MasterCard, not
Gonna be
MasterCard. But I
arrested.
couldn't even use my credit card once I went over there or whatever. Like you gotta get a Panda card and all that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like
Arrested.
so they do have problems, but as far as them progressing as a society, we cannot match them. Period. They beating us. They live in the future over there. Period. Like it's over. They are going to be the superpower within the next. I'll give America 10 years, maybe less than that. And Trump knows it. Like you attack Iran, like when all your generals are telling you dumbass, like what the fuck are you doing? You doing for Israel, like this, like we're moving backwards here. And I don't want to raise my kids in. I'm starting a new family or whatever. Like I don't want to raise them in. People over there, there's just more things. I don't know. Maybe. I'm sorry.
You gonna raise your kids in China, or you just saying like another country?
They're gonna be raised there. We're gonna own property in New York. I mean, like we're working on that and whatever. I'm never gonna completely abandon New York or whatever. We're gonna own property in Manhattan, whatever. But like raise them and for what?
But are you okay with their system in general? Like, you're very, you can't criticize the government. You can't say a lot of things. Your freedom of speech is nothing like the way the U.S. is. You do know you have to change your entire lifestyle, right?
Yeah, I know that part or whatever. But like, for what? Like, if you mind your business, you'll look good on me. Like they don't see. You're asking that question because you don't understand how those people operate over there. Those
Exactly
people
how they operate.
they just live their lives over there. So criticizing that government, don't you mind your business? Like what? No, we have to criticize that government.
No, but did you know during COVID they actually cemented people into their homes? Like you didn't have a choice. Like I mean, this is what people don't understand. As advanced as it may be in one way, but the way that the government operates, they can take your shit away tomorrow, and you absolutely have no way to get it back. There's no such thing.
Well, I mean, I don't. Hold on, look, wait.
Any interest in
I got
going
you.
one day Thursday for
Hold on.
Saturday?
They can do that here. 'Cause they done that to
I'm
black
down for
people
one
forever.
night.
So like, so what are you talking about? Like, maybe you haven't lived the black experience.
No, bro.
No, I'm not.
Copper, you can't talk about intimate danger, intimate domain and things like that. As far as how the China way can just take your shit with no explanation. You can't say if you mind your business.
So eminent domain don't exist here.
Hold on, bro. You can't say like, okay, just go ahead and mind your business. So that means you just walk the line like that. You got nothing to say. If something's going on, fuck up the phone.
No, it's not.
You right, Bose? Get ran over. Hold on, bro. Get ran over by a tank. Just stand there, get ran over by a tank, and don't complain.
Yeah, I mean, what? God, yeah, I mean, look, I don't want to argue about this, bro. Like, I really don't. You guys, you guys are smart. You guys are smart. I would prefer more of my melanated brothers and sisters get the fuck out of this country, man. This shit is gonna go down. All this damage Trump has done within a year and a half, and like he's just getting started.
Wait, are you talking about racism? The Chinese kicked out black people right before right after the pandemic? Right when it started? Do you even know that racism is?
Racism exists all across the world.
Black folks.
Racism exists all across the world. I'm saying, like, if you haven't been there and you haven't lived, see what I've seen. Like, their quality of life is better.
You were there for how long?
I was there for 8 days.
That's not okay. You were passing through.
But
you can't tell what's happening.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Yeah,
but hold on. Let me finish. But two of my cousins have been. One has been there for 12 years, and one has been there for 6 years. And they have been trying to get me to come out there for years. So, like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm well versed on this shit. I know what's going on. I just had to see it for myself. And I saw it for myself.
Yeah.
And they're doing better than us. They're living in the future. There's nothing like this. This country is going to hell, bro. And I don't see why people keep clinging on to it.
Yeah, but bro, that's cool. But like your arguments or your statements for being there for 8 days, you know, like it's all good.
I'm going by what my people are telling me.
Yeah, okay.
I've been traveling to Asia. I've been traveling to Asia for 20 years, so I know what I'm doing.
You know, thought about moving back to the
I'm trying to
get to the continent, bro.
Moving back where?
Moving to the continent. You know, thought about that?
To my Africa.
Nigeria.
South Africa, I want to go there. Like my little brother, he was in the Air Force. He just got out the Air Force. He was in the Air Force for a long time. His last place he went to was Okinawa. Whatever. He's out the Air Force now. He just got out there. In Japan. Yeah. He out there. He met his little shorty in Seoul, South Korea, and now they live out there. But they're both out the Air Force. So we're going
to Korea or Japan.
No, they're still in Okinawa. They're still out there, whatever. So me and my sister, whatever, we're probably gonna go out there, probably around Christmas time or whatever, and visit them. So I want to see, because I haven't been to Tokyo. I've been to the Philippines. I've been to Thailand. I went before, but I haven't been to Tokyo yet. Well, I haven't been to Japan yet.
Japan better than China. Watch.
People tell me that. But here's the thing, though. Japan is kind of small.
It's not
expensive. Not even that. But it's small. Like I'm really exploring. So I like going around with so much stuff I want to see in China. Like, you know, so.
Get a dope hat.
Japan is small. even though Tokyo is the largest city in the world.
They have outer islands. I mean, there's a lot of stuff.
No, of course.
Yeah.
They got huge money they got on it. No, I know.
You're gonna like it much better than China. I'm telling you, somebody that knows. You're gonna like it much better.
You've been there, Misha?
Yes, and I have a brother who lives in Japan. Went to go visit. Now he lives in Japan with his family. So, yeah, Japan is it.
Yo, Misha, everyone tell me like Japan is fire, but it's just kind of strong, man. Like
It's a good place to visit. I wouldn't say to live long term. I can't see that, but to visit and engage is really dope.
And his lives in New York.
It reminds me of New York in a couple of ways. Like it's overpopulated.
But it was like China. Talking about Japan is like spick is span clean. You can't be comparing. Yeah, Japan.
No, it is very clean. I'll give you that. But it is overpopulated. Like literally, when I was there, with somebody's jobs, there's these guys with white gloves that when you get on the train, they have to push people in enough so the doors can close. That's their job.
Do you know how about Indians? People hang out off the side of the train.
Oh, they need one of those in New York. That's the same shit.
Right. Yeah, I was going to say.
I said it's like New York. Y'all thought I was being funny.
Yeah.
No, but
yeah, pushing people's asses in there too.
But look at how clean the transportation is though in Japan.
No, it's very clean. But you know what isn't clean though is the smell, right? Like it has their sewers are just backed the fuck up. Like when you're walking through the different downtown districts, like I went through Yokohama, Roppongi, Shibuya. It was just the smells, bro. Like the smells were crazy. But I really enjoyed Japan though. Like it was a lot of fun. It was definitely an enjoyable place. That smell of kimchi all day in Korea, bro.
No, I mean it was just crazy. I mean, if we talking about, think about it. Like this is what 9 million people. Now, mind you, New York is an ancient city, like 340s, 50s, or something like that. It was so clean over there. I was in Shanghai. It was so clean over there. And it's twice as big as New York. Not even twice, 4 times bigger than New York. Like they had air conditioning. Like once you go into the train station, there's no such thing as air conditioning in New York train station. The hot as fucking summer. like and it was warm when I was there. They just do everything better. I'm sorry. Like all I had, I went to the currency exchange, and I tried to get like $300 in cash or whatever. And our tour guide, he was like, "You don't need that cash. Like no one takes cash in like that. You got to pull out your credit card or tap your phone or whatever. Everything is tapped in. Everything is tapped.
Yeah,
like
the
even the cab
currency. You know.
Right. Even the cab drivers, even the like food vendors. You know what I'm saying? Like everything was so more advanced. Like I was just shocked.
Because you're paying tax and every single dime. God forbid you do anything under the table. That's why they have it that way.
Yeah, I mean maybe whatever. Like I don't But what it was for me is that those people advanced. Like they're more advanced. Like we don't build anything in this country anymore. We used to. After World War II, we used to build a lot of shit. Those people are progressive.
But wait, you're talking about buildings. You probably know about the massive real estate crisis in China. Did you not see the huge
giant empty cities. Yeah, they all
people
over
lost their. They didn't even get. You had to pay for your apartments outright. And this builder decided to kind of left it, and I think they were insolvent, $300 billion in debt. Did those people get anything to make up for the money they've given? No, there's no parameters to protect the consumer.
I don't think you know that for sure, but yeah.
No, that's for sure. Look it up. It happened in 2020.
Oh, you want to go Thursday?
It was a huge thing.
Yeah, there were. I mean, as far as I know, like you might know more, but like I thought they were working on that. But yeah, I mean, they got giant empty cities now. Like they do have a real estate problem, but I'm not going to those places. Like China is very big. I'm probably going to Chongqing or Shanghai. Like it's just like even Americans, like when they move up there, the majority of the time their jobs are to teach Chinese people English. That's their job. Um, like it's so like it's like I just wrote
Everybody can do that. You can do that in any
yeah,
country. English is the first language.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
You know, there's also no labor laws, right? There's no labor protection, employee protection. Don't even get me started on the Apple iPhone factory. That's disgusting.
No.
How they treat you should see how they treat the people that work at these factories.
It's horrible, it's horrible. But then, what about here?
Horrible.
What about? You're right. What about this country? Then? Like, what about these underpaid teachers that live in this country?
I understand
What about these underpaid factory workers or whatever?
Yeah, underpaid, but are they forced to sleep there and work 20 hours and get 4-hour breaks? Some of our diapers on. You know how bad it is?
But they can't pay for the medicine when they need it, and they got 50,000 people a year. 50 to 60,000 people a year in this country die because we don't have universal health care. You know what I'm saying? So what about these black kids in these communities? Some of these communities that I grew up in who are undereducated because the Department of Education will rather give them money to white schools or whatever because like what are you talking about? Like when you talk like that, that privilege talk or whatever,
it's not privilege. I'm just giving you the reality of these issues.
No,
I think first night should be most logical.
I don't disagree. You're not wrong. You're not lying, whatever. I agree. It's fucked up. But there's way more people over there. But we have way more money than them. So they got way more people. We got way more money than them. We can't even support our people here. How many billions of dollars did we just spend bombing Iran for nothing? For nothing. And it's so dumb. So dumb. We used to go to the streets for $0. $0. And now you're trying to claim that we won something. I'm not even gonna get into this shit. But Iran won this shit so far.
Get into it, Gotham.
Okay. Let's talk about it. All right, so
Hold on before you start.
Okay.
What borough are you from?
I'm from I'm from the Lower East Side.
Oh, okay, Lower East Side. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But here we go. All right, so think about this. I want you to think about this. For decades, we used to get to the streets for free. For free. This country made trillions of dollars.
To say last month we were getting it for free.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about the history of it, brother. But here's the thing. This country, all of us in here right now, we benefited from it. We might not know exactly how we did, but we did. We made trillions of dollars in this country getting through the streets for free. So you got this monkey in the White House.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Oh, now we can hear you.
Yeah. But, no, I'm sorry. My wife hit me from the shit. But anyway, so, he let Netanyahu, these racist ass Zionists, convince his monkey ass that he needs to attack Iran. So now, the ceasefire deal, I don't know if any of you guys have read it, but I have. We gotta pay them. By the way, yeah, let me start from kind of the beginning. Trump thought he could bully Iran. Because Trump is a bully. That's what he's been doing his entire life. You could go back and look at his history. He was a bully when he was a kid. But he had no idea who he was fucking with and when he was fucking with Iran. His generals tried to warn him. Like multiple people tried to warn him, like, leave those people alone. They are not to be played with. You know what I'm saying? And he does his dumbass Trump shit or whatever, he bombs them or whatever because of the Israelis. And they showed them, like, we're not afraid, you can't bully us. Bomb the shit out of bomb the shit out of multiple American bases in the Middle East and warned that Saudi Arabia was scared. Like they were scared. It was like, dude, we're building a bunch of shit over here. We don't want no problem. And it was like, why the fuck would you open your airspace to the United States so they can come bomb us? Saudi Arabia was scared, but I'm not gonna get into that story. Bahrain, the UAE is terrified because they're allowing data centers over there from AI. It's a big thing with AI in the UAE and shit. But they're ready to like, we will bomb Abu Dhabi and we will bomb fucking Dubai. Stop playing with us. And they folded too. They scared to death. And I have never in my life seen Israel bomb like that. Like the Iranians somehow
they got Gaza, you haven't seen Lebanon? Syria?
No, I was into that. I have never in my life seen them just shred the fucking Iron Dome. Like, for years, the Israelis, like, we got the Iron Dome. The Iranians was like, nigga, fuck your Iron Dome. I have never seen Tel Aviv bomb like that. I thought it was AI at first. I'm like, this is not real. I have never seen that. So, what's happening right now is they're trying to get through Lebanon. They're trying to get through Lebanon. They're trying to open up something so they want the Americans to land in Lebanon to get through there to try to get to Iran, but that would be stupid. Like, we will never win a ground war in Iran.
Wait, are you saying that Israel's bombing Lebanon to make way for the U.S. military to get to Iran?
Yes. Yep.
That's not even a fact. That's what I think. That's
my opinion. I never said it was a fact. That's my opinion. But anyway, and then the Strait of Hormuz, which we've known for years, military generals have said for years, if you fuck with the Iranians, they will. The Iranians is like, but playing with you. If you fucking play with us or whatever, any shit that has anything to do with America, we will send.
Do you support America at all, bro? Like, I'm just
No, it's not about supporting America. It's about supporting I'm not supporting tyranny. That's what I'm not doing. But I think that was a dumb question. But anyway, listen. But anyway, the Iranians said like, yo, if y'all anything coming through the Strait of Hormuz, like if you send it through here, we're gonna send it to the bottom of the fucking Persian Gulf, like period. And people are scared. So what happened was with this ceasefire deal or whatever, and this is how dumb Trump is. This is how stupid he is. Like I said, we never had to pay anything to go through the administration.
But we're not supposed to. Let me. But do you know why? There's a
let me get to it. Okay. Now they're saying the deal that Trump's this great deal maker made with the Iranians. Now we got to pay $2 to $3 million to send any ship through there having.
That's not even I'm sorry. That's not the ceasefire deal. That's not even. There's no deal. It is not.
Okay. What is it?
Okay. So the reason why Iran has not charged for the use of their Hormuz is something called UCLAWS. This was actually a treaty that was signed. This is considered natural waterway, international. So they're technically not allowed to charge any ships. The other parts like the Suez Canal, etc. The Suez Canal, etc. have charged, or Panama Canal, because those are created waterways, right? They're actually man-made, so that's why they charge. In this case, under UCLAWS, anything that is naturally made by nature. This is just you're not allowed to. And also keep in mind, Oman is on one side and Iran's on the other side. It's actually a shared waterway. This has been the case since forever. This is a U clause. This is actually a treaty that was in place. Because of Trump's BS, they tried to do an asymmetrical warfare by creating this scenario where it's like, you know what, we're going to start charging you guys now. Technically, legally, they're not supposed to, and they're not even letting in U.S. ships. You know, they're not even saying you can come in and pay $2 million per ship. No, they're only allowing in countries they're friendly with. So this is not them just targeting the U.S. with a special price.
They let the Chinese and the French do it.
Yes, because they have a deal. Because it said if you're not
exactly
expelled, I know, but this China and Iran have had a deal when it comes to their oil. China buys 80% of their crude oil. That's been in place for a long time. And then India had to negotiate with Iran. Pakistan negotiated. And Spain got through because Spain said, yes, we will go and expel the U.S. and Israel diplomats. So basically, if you're not an ally of Israel and the U.S., they said come on through, but they didn't. But right now, everything's shut down. Don't you see what's going on right now?
So you're telling me that Iran is not charging America?
Americans aren't the ones
shit, bro. What are you talking about, bro?
You said
right now, they don't even allow. Right now, they don't even allow. Listen to Haitian. They're not even. Right now, the U.S. has it where every port that potentially has Iranian goods, they blocked it. They can't even fucking send their other shit out.
No,
Gaza, you need to read up on this situation because you're completely off 100%.
Okay, where was I wrong?
Where do you want me to start?
Where do we start?
Okay, let's go. Where was I wrong?
Strait of Hormuz, the way that operates, there was apparently a ceasefire deal. You said that was signed. It was never signed. There's nothing that's been signed. They haven't freaking agreed on it.
I never said it was signed. I never said that.
There's nothing on the table.
No.
You know what Iran asked for? They asked for reparations for all the costs of the damage that's been taking place on their country. They've asked the U.S. for reparations to repair. That's what they've asked for.
I don't think y'all know what y'all reading. No, they're gonna charge any American ship.
Yes.
Wait.
It's not part of the deal.
They're gonna charge them $2 million. They're gonna charge us $2 million.
Yes.
Okay, so yes.
But
so
they're charging everybody.
Why are you saying I'm wrong?
You said it's part of their deal that they proposed.
No, fuck you.
But nobody's paying them, bro. Ain't nobody agreed to pay the shit.
No. You're gonna pay it when you pay taxes.
What?
I'm gonna pay it when I pay taxes.
Hold on, bro. Did you not hear when H just said that anything with their stuff we have blocked?
From where?
The Persian Gulf.
So you're telling me that America is gonna block anything that comes from Iran to try to get to it? No, they're shooting at them. They're shooting at them. I don't think y'all understand. I don't think y'all understand what's going on. And also, and also $1 and $2 for every barrel of oil that goes in. They are of dollars that American taxpayers are gonna pay. Y'all don't understand what's going on.
It's not just America. Every single commercial vessel that's what they're charging them. It's not just America. America hasn't even had it.
Of course. Yeah, anything that has to do with America. The only people who are into there are the Chinese, the Russians, the French. Period.
India paid, Pakistan paid that price. $1 per barrel, which ended up being $1 million, $2 million. Greece paid, Spain paid. They have this tool.
Right. Iran is gonna make hundreds of billions of dollars for this shit.
Yeah.
And it would have never happened if Trump dumbass didn't bomb them. That's like now, and we don't even know what those people are gonna do with those hundreds of billions of dollars. This is what America does. They fuck over the American people, and y'all defend them.
You know Iran's been under very strict sanctions by America.
You said what again?
Did you not know Iran's been under very, very strict sanctions by the U.S.?
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, so I don't understand the point of all this.
No, but that was before this. We're talking about the Strait of Hormuz.
sanctions have not just economic, they're physical. The fact that Iran cannot ship or receive anything, dude, that's huge.
You think those people care?
They don't care. They walk away. Oh my god. They don't care about the revenue.
Same thing with China. When Trump dumbass tariff they had, the Chinese told him like, we don't give a fuck. We're good.
China tariff back as a reciprocal.
They don't care. They don't care.
China didn't care. They didn't do a reciprocal tariff.
Yeah,
I think you're forgetting the U.S. is still a reserve currency. We're still a petrodollar. You're forgetting that right now.
Ace, you literally just said that nothing is leaving Iran and going into Iran, and he said he don't care.
Exactly.
They don't care?
Don't give a fuck.
So when they can't get a fucking grain or anything, they don't care? Make that shit make sense, bro.
Well, you did have some people in here from Iran. Not trying to side with anybody.
And they were in Iran, though.
Well, he said he was in Iran, and he got. What did you ask him, Omari? What he was using? What type of Wi-Fi?
I'm in Japan right now, then.
He said he was using. I forgot what he said he was using.
He needs a VPN. That's also very hard to obtain.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you guys remember the conversation. So he said that he didn't care. Was it him that said he didn't care if they nuked their country?
Who said that?
Somebody from Iran.
Wow.
And I was floored. I will never forget. I said, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Like he thought that it was actually going to be somebody left to start over. I was just like, what? I would never even say that, even in jest, that I would want somebody to nuke my country. Not the worst of times, the worst of times. We've had some horrific times here in this country, and probably gonna have some more. But to say to nuke your entire country,
But are they actually Iranian then?
Say,
Really?
like they can only go by what he said. I don't know the man. I can't see him. I can't touch him. I can't feel him. I can't smell him. I don't know who he is. He said he's from Iran, and then they start questioning him and saying, "How you got Wi-Fi? This, that, and the third." And it was crazy. But then we had a female. Maybe she wasn't in Iran. She was talking about, oh, she didn't care if they bombed Iran in the power plants, and she even said the water. Because remember, I kept when they start talking like that, I always go, oh, so you don't care if you guys don't have water?
That's
Yeah,
called
but
genocide.
yeah, but she wasn't in Iran, and I don't think the guy that we're talking about, if I remember him correctly, I don't think he was in Iran either. I mean, I'm pretty sure the only people that say that are the people that are safely in North America somewhere far away. They're not in Iran.
Privilege.
No one says I want to die from starvation and thirst, and I want my family to die from bombing and poison. Like, no one says that.
So what about the people do you see that's protesting over there who do say crazy shit like that? They don't say
In Iran?
Yeah.
They're not protesting right now, and they don't. They're
Before.
protesting the government to be overthrown, but not you guys.
So not nuking. Let's take that off the table. So if they want their government to be overthrown, right? And they want the U.S. to be part of it. How do they think they're gonna accomplish that? Like only way I'm thinking of is by bombing and ground troops, right? Some people gonna die.
Just like we did in Venezuela.
We bombed in Venezuela.
No,
That was surgical.
For the government.
Yeah, but that's what they thought was going to happen, right? With Iran, some of these Iranians. That's what they thought would happen. They thought they.
Got a phone call?
Can you hear me? Go ahead.
Yep.
Can?
Go ahead. We can hear you. Whoever's speaking. I'm sorry I cut you off.
Hello, Ace.
Right, Gotham? Who's trying to do with Gotham? Oh, there he is. How do you feel about that part, Gotham? Because Gotham said they don't care. Gaga?
He's still there, but I guess maybe he's walked away from his phone or bad connection.
Gotham.
Oh, okay.
Gotham is the CC goddess shit.
Well, I'll just say, I just that little part right there. I'm not taking up for anybody, nobody's side or anything like that, but it's only one way that you're gonna get regime change. And then now, what's going on now anyway, Ace? Because I don't think we're gonna do anything there. I think that Trump is just waiting until the end of the week so he can say, you know, I'm done. And I don't think he's gonna do anything now because
He's not gonna do shit. He's wishing for a ceasefire. He's wishing for a.
Okay, so the guy, the new person in charge, I was trying to find out because someone said that he's in Korea now. What's his name? New Atola?
The new Ayatollah Ahmadinejad.
Yeah. So someone said that it's rumored. Well, first he went to Russia, and then from Russia he went to, I guess, did he say South Korea? So I was trying to look it up, and there's nothing on North. Okay, it was nothing. I couldn't find anything about him being.
We have no idea. Nobody knows. No one even knows if he's alive. Nobody, but he hasn't even been a public statement outside of written statements. Do people?
Yeah, but the U.S. is usually
Speculating he lost.
I believe that he's fucked up. He got violated by a bomb. The U.S. dropped on his head.
Yeah, they said that I think he amputee.
Who told you guys that?
You know, also he's in a coma. A whole bunch of.
But who told you guys? Who told you guys his injury?
Yeah, injuries.
What?
I don't know what that Arabic slur you just said on your record.
I don't speak Arabic.
You just spoke so.
I said Ayatollah, Hamidi. Like, are you this ignorant?
I'm just trying to find out how you guys know the injuries.
Because they put it well today on the NPR this morning. They spoke about it on the Today Show. The Daily.
But it's not confirmed. It's I don't know.
Lisa, I just put an article in the chat where they talk about some of his injuries in the New York Times.
So did they give a source?
Frank Cannon.
They also said apparently he was gay. That also was a rumor going around. So.
I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, so I'm just wondering. I'll go to a New York article and see where the sources is, but because they gave specific injuries. One I read when I was trying to look up the Korea thing, that he had an injury to his foot. The other article I read said that his whole leg was missing. Then another article I read said he was missing lips and had something wrong with his eyes. And then another one I read said he just had cuts on his face.
Here, I can read a couple of sentences from this article.
Okay, thank you.
It says, though Mr. Khomeini was gravely wounded, he's mentally sharp and engaged, according to 4 senior Iranian officials familiar with his health. One leg was operated on 3 times, and he is awaiting a prosthetic. He had surgery on one hand and is slowly regaining function. His face and lips have been burned severely, making it difficult for him to speak, the official said, adding that eventually he will need plastic surgery. That's in the New York Times article I put in.
Yeah, he was into the Daily this morning. They spoke about it as well with the guest on.
Okay. Waiting for a prosthetic. And he had surgery on his leg, so that means he has an amputation of the leg to be able to fit a prosthetic on it. He's lucky he's alive. I mean, and no lips and no eyes. So they think he's still in Iran and had all this work done in Iran, or do you guys think he really went to Russia? I mean, Russia's medical system's all like great. I thought Iran's medical system was better than Russia's. No?
I don't think anybody knows.
Yeah, but they're in a war right now, Lisa.
to bury the bodies either, have they?
The 60,000?
No, I'm talking about the Ayatollah that got killed and the other relatives.
I thought you had
Maybe
to bury them the
maybe
next
they were
day.
they're supposed to, but they were something came out a couple weeks ago. They were talking about that they hadn't been able to bury.
Now
Yeah,
that's
they're
weird.
postponed. Yeah, that's what we don't know. It's postponed.
But one thing I did read, did you guys see the 5 guys that are they being hung or are they being firing squad in Iran? And they made a video, and I don't know if this is true because how is this stuff getting out? They made a video. You guys can Google it. It was early during the day when I was looking for clips. I came across this. They made a video of them singing some song. It's 5 of them before their execution. Y'all see that? Now that makes me feel like like we need to do something. If they just execute people like you know, one, two, three, that's crazy over there.
Oh, they do though. They do.
I mean, we do that here. Like, what do you mean?
But we go through a whole, you know, you can be on
Drink.
death row until you die, though.
Gotham, your comparisons are crazy, bro.
Gotham.
Your comparisons are crazy, bro.
So if we talking about in the 21st century, we don't execute people in the United States. Like, what's the difference?
No, we do. I just said, you could be on death row for your entire life, waiting, to be executed, and then you have the ability to get staged or whatever the case may be. But if I find the article Gotham, I'll send it to you. But it's 5 bros that are getting ready to be executed, and it's like within weeks, you know. And no appeals, none of the stuff that you can do here. If you get accused, whatever the case may be, or whatever you did, and you put on death row, you get a chance to go through some appeals, right, Gaffa? And you could be there forever.
You're absolutely right, Lisa. Like, yeah, I mean, we do that here. But those stays of executions, that really works. What they do is put them dudes on death row for 10, 15, 20 years, and they still execute. Stays of execution, that rarely happens.
Absolutely, in 27 states, just so you know.
If you are sentenced to death in this country, you're dying. It's rare that stays of execution happen. So I understand what you're saying, Misa. Like, yeah, they put them right to death. Like, that's something they do in the Middle East. But like when people act like we are better than them.
Oh no, never. I wouldn't say
If
we're
we're not
better
better
than
than
them.
them, what is saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like
Well, not the same, but we're not better in
I
the
mean,
sense where
I
you're
don't
saying
mean
that we
completely
can,
thing. Yeah.
because America is not, I mean, look, all of us been here, and our folks have been here for a long time. And if we know the history correctly, this place started off horribly. They came here and did some horrible things, and things kept being horrible for a very long time. And still, we have people getting murdered for the color of their skin, or I don't know. It's just to me, I feel like we're not as bad as Iran though. I don't care how I try to fix it up and whatever. I think that they have it pretty bad, but I don't think it's our responsibility. And you guys can push back to be over there trying to right the wrongs of what's going on over there. They have 90 million people there, and it seems like to me that they should be able to do what we did in this country, overthrow their oppressors.
So, Gotham, I wanted to say that nobody's suggesting that Americans are better than Iranian or any other human being is better than another human being. What we're talking about in terms of which legal system is better, the one in the United States.
The Bill of Rights.
Let me.
Bill of Rights.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. So if you look just at the Constitution and think about the legal rights that are afforded to an American when the person is accused of doing a crime, there's a due process which is involved. For example, the person has the right to be informed of the nature and the cause of the accusation, his right to due process of the law, equal protection of the laws, presumption of innocence until proven guilty, a right to an impartial jury trial. I can go on and on. No excessive bail required. You can't have any excessive fines imposed. A right to appeal, and the rest of it. So these are the mechanisms that had been put in place by the Constitution to protect and preserve the right of an individual in accused of a crime. So you can kind of contrast this with what's going on in Iran, which is some of the executions before, with absolutely zero or very little due process in a matter of days, young people, old people, girls, children being put to death. So comparing big languages. So what we're saying, the system, a legal system in the United States, the Constitution, in principle, is by far, better.
Wellington's on the run. I caught him at Cattle Bar. He's retreating. He's retreating. What are you doing here? Well, I came to make my report. Wellington's retreating. What are you doing here? Why didn't you follow him? Why didn't you pursue him? Where are the reinforcements you promised me? Don't you dare criticize me! Don't you dare! Don't you see if Wellington's free to choose his ground? Everything I've won in this campaign? You've lost! Masrubuka, the sector is broken. I have ordered a retreat. Retreat? I am Senator Denton with a proud soul. This sea is my ground. I am too old to break it. If Wellington runs for the coast, none of us will get home to Berlin. The logical road is now near. I do not trust the English. Nonetheless, because I have served you with Forsyth, I have ordered the retreat to Wagner. You may still cooperate with Wellington, but God help us if he does not stand. Wellington's on the run.
If you're a small company,
The reason I believe John Snow is because he's here. All of his advisors would have told him not to come. I would have told him not to come. He's here anyway. I don't have to. Let him mind the dragon glass. If he's wrong, it's worthless. You didn't even know it was here. It's nothing to you. Give him something. By giving him nothing, take a step toward a more productive relationship with a possible ally. Keep him occupied while we focus on the task at hand. Because so we will.
President Saddam said about taking a knife in the heart for his people. Did you notice that?
You must have known that affects the fancy. It's true.
There was a literal tornado. Hello, Dream.
Greetings to you, Lucifer Morningstar. And to you, Mazakeen of Lilin.
Greetings, Dream Lord. You look well, Dream. Are you well?
I presume the ruler of Hell knows this is no social call.
Have you come to join forces then, to ally your realm to ours, to acknowledge the sovereignty of Hell?
You know my feelings on that, Lightbringer. I have come because my helm of state was stolen from me. I believe one of your demons has it. I should like it back. Now.
Dream. If only it were that easy. Which demon has your helm? Name it, and we will bring it here.
I confess I do not know the name.
Then we will have to summon all of them. There now, Dream, you may inquire. Which demon has your helmet?
Okay, well, thank you for that. They're two separate things, and most of our comments here is specifically about the behavior of Islamic Republic of Iran in general and IRGC specifically. That's kind of one thing. The second that we talked about is the effect when I compare the American Constitution legal framework to the Constitution
What do you need from me?
Of Iran, which I can read it to you.
Man, your bones, man. You need to be in the hospital there, my brother. You need to be in the hospital, don't you?
Principle is by far better than many other countries, including.
I agree. I agree.
So the next one that you made another comment. I forgot. You started diverging into some other area.
Why don't you go back in?
We're not part of that.
Was it death penalty conversation? The comparison? Yeah.
Yes, that's a good thing. That's a good right. So I think the point, actually, my comment is the impetus to what I tried to say if we were talking about death penalties, which in Iran, it could be a very short time, and in terms of somebody being accused and executed, the due process and the way in the U.S., as somebody mentioned, it takes many trials and appeals, and an individual could be in a death row for decades, and waiting maybe is not a good thing, but certainly that's completely the difference that we are talking about. Yeah. Anyway, so you cannot it is unfair, it is unjust to compare the two systems and draw any kind of equality between the two. Yeah, so please go ahead.
Ali, look, I follow you real, like, 'cause I fuck with you, Ali. Like, I like you. No, of course, when we're talking about a judicial system, yeah, it's harsh. It's harsh over there. Within a few days or whatever, you execute it or whatever. And I really do think that's wrong. And maybe that's because I'm American or whatever, and even though I know, we have trials and shit like that, I've been through like the judicial system here and whatever. I've never faced anything like that. I know what it's about. To bomb this country or whatever, and it's not gonna change anything. In this fucking country because they can't afford medication. They can't afford like, think about it, 60,000 people in this country die every fucking year. You have 4 people here, like just my island alone. Manhattan is so small you can't even see it from a fucking map. Like I would have to point it out to you. We make our network.
No person of interest is in custody, and that woman, as you mentioned,
$1 trillion a year. Like.
is still in the hospital in critical condition. Not only are riders shaken up about this, but now a community activist.
Schools are good in black communities and stuff like that. Like,
is stepping up and offering a $10,000 reward, hoping someone out there will come forward with new information. Police say it happened around 9:25 Monday night. A 26-year-old woman arguing with a man in his 40s on the blue line when things suddenly turned violent.
Getting multiple calls for taking a blue line car.
A little bit of Iran or whatever. You guys are kind of doing well over there. Your government is fucked up. It is fucked up. But the people, I think some people are actually, happy over there. And you guys can do better or whatever. But I'm thinking about Americans, and people are suffering over here. I do not give a fuck about
April 24th, 2024. Drug use, drug deal.
Like, I don't care about Iranians getting nuclear weapons. If the Iranians get nuclear weapons,
You just seen an exchange.
To bomb the fucking world? No, they're not. Even if they get them, I
graduated from college in 1993, and if you want to give some sense of progress or the lack thereof, 50.
You know that's. Well, she's irrespective of honesty. That's just what we're told. That's. If you think we're there to help free these people, that's.
I'm saying,
and I do have to warn you that it might be a little tough to watch. Security video shows the woman in a car careened into the City News Cafe near Cicero and Irving Park early this morning. It appears it was being pursued by Chicago police. You can see after the impact, 2 people are outside of the vehicle. 2 others get out of the crashed car and take off running. Police are seen running after them. We've blurred the faces of the men involved because we don't know if they will be.
The money is being wasted. I do agree. It's total BS. It should be used towards beautiful things.
Subex says 4:24 p.m. We got a vendor over here from Michigan and Walton. See that guy there at 900 number? He was bending over. See how he's bending down? Oh, look at that. He's bending over. It was like that for about 10 minutes. See him right there?
It doesn't make sense in the United States.
Hey, 45th Ward, it's Candy.
The American citizen in many, domains of interest, and in terms of so let's say this: America is the greatest country on the face of the earth.
The Safety Act has been.
The Hyatt workers say someone turned on the heat lamps typically used in winter over their picket line. Combined with the outdoor air temperature, Linda Long says it was hotter than the Hyatt kitchen she's worked in for a long time.
Say the GDP, gross domestic product of the United States on a yearly basis between $20 to $25 trillion. Next, in terms of the military budget, U.S. You have to add up the budget of the next 9 countries.
Debt are
it's about $1 trillion roughly is our military budget, which is about 17 to 18% of the total budget of the United States. Documents, the principal documents in terms of the governing bodies, which is the Constitution of the United States, the first law to run the business.
Why was a guy with a long criminal record who was awaiting trial for
amendments? Those are, at least in principle, they're fantastic documents how to run a
carjacking.
The question is, with all of his strengths that I mentioned, how is it and how come that the plight of the U.S. citizens in comparison with the European countries, in terms of the well-being, let's call it, in terms of longevity, infant mortality rate, the education, number of people in jail, the healthcare system, infant mortality rates, we do not stand in comparison with the European countries. We rank sometimes from 10 to 20 in the categories that I just mentioned. The question is, how come this greatness does not translate in a way that it should be to the well-being and the plight of the citizens? So from that perspective, I understand what you're saying, and the question. I mean, I even asked the question for myself. I have some reasons
but we can put aside for why this is actually the case. So that's kind of one thing which I agree with. So the second question is,
He risked it
why are we
all
spending so much
and
money
still
on Israel
died.
and other wars? And the reason for that is
He risked
basically
it
the
all and still
government of the
died.
United States, in collaboration by Israelis, they have determined that Iran presents a serious threat, immediate threat to the United States, to Israel, and perhaps other countries, just because
But
of
the U.S. The intelligence service agencies do not deem Iran an imminent threat to the U.S.
Well,
Ungrateful.
I'm just trying to tell you, you may be correct. I'm just trying to present to you, and I think everybody should know the objectives. The objectives are to make sure that Iranian will never develop nuclear weapons, and the United will not will not have a chance to enrich uranium, to a certain level that is going to be applicable, ready to make atomic bomb. Number two, the long-range ballistic missiles. Number three being the drone aspect of it, and number four being Iran is being, has destabilized the entire Middle East by providing money, weapons, and training to the war proxies in Middle East. And last one, which came out of nowhere, is this Strait of Hormuz. Now these are the objectives. I'm not suggesting they're good or bad objectives, and these are the reasons that the U.S. is gone to war with Iran. Now you may disagree or agree with the objectives, but those are the reasons. So there's been some calculations being done. We're not going to allow Iran to have access to the four things that I just discussed. That's why. So that is why we're spending the money, guys. You may agree or disagree, but that's the way it is.
No, I understand what you're saying. Uh, you're not making sense. Yeah. But what I'm saying is that why can't Iran build nuclear weapons? I don't understand. like, uh, do you actually think if they actually build nuclear weapons, they're going to use them? They're not going to use them. So when people say that Iran building nuclear weapons is a threat to the United States, no, that is Benjamin Netanyahu's. That's what he said. This is all about Israel basically telling the United States, yeah, we don't want them to have it. No one is going to use a nuclear weapon, bro. No one is going to use that. Like, so what they have, Israel has it, and mind you, Israel is the only country that they won't even admit to having it. They're the only ones. This is based off Israel's rhetoric. That's what it is. That's all it is. Like, this is simple math. 1 + 1 = 2. Like, like, this is not complicated. It's not complicated at all.
You're right. To your point, I'm sure you know, Netanyahu has been saying since the 1990s, Iran is 20 days away from a nuclear, 3 months from a nuclear weapon. They're, 1 year away. This is the rhetoric he's been spewing to try to create fear, try to get the U.S. involved since the 1990s.
Right.
And don't forget, we had JCPOA. That's great, perfect. It took 20 months to negotiate it until Trump ripped it apart for no good reason.
So, Gotham, let me just address what you just saying. Uh, I personally will not put it past the Iranian regime to actually use the nukes. That's kind of my perspective. I may be wrong, but I get this information. That's number one. This is a fanatical regime that will go to any extent to make sure that it survives. And if it doesn't survive, it takes everyone else with it. So that's kind of one fear. The other fear is once they have it, it will be like something like North Korea. You can't touch it. Basically, then they are free because of possessing the nuclear bombs to do whatever they can. They can close the Strait of Hormuz or impose, let's say, $2, $3, $5 million for any cargo ship of any carrying anything, LNG, oil, fertilizers, what have you, through the Strait of Hormuz. You can't deal with them now because they have the weapons. They can provide money, weapons to their proxies in the Middle East. You can't touch them just because now they have the bomb. So the idea is to keep, again, any other regime, actually, in Iran, I would not have a second thought about them having it.
North Korea?
That's what I'm comparing to. And I'm just saying they turned into North Korea. And let me just land with this. So I would not have, if we had something representative, what we call a secular, constitutional, representative democracy, something, a resemblance of that, then, fine, Iran is a sovereign country, although they have signed the MTP actually, NTP, a NPT.
Non-proliferation.
Yeah, thank you for that. There's just too many acronyms going on nowadays. So I would be concerned, actually, for this regime, the Islamic Republic of Iran, and IRGC to possess atomic bomb. This is not going to be a good thing for anyone, and they probably keep the entire world hostage in that way because you can't do anything after that. Because of that, these are preventative measures are being taken that this opportunity is not given to the Islamic Republic of Iran. But you may disagree with this, but actually this is what is germane.
But Ali, there's been a fatwa that was put out by the previous Ayatollah. Religiously, he said, they cannot possess a nuclear weapon because of proximity to the Kaaba. It's just as recent. People don't know. He seems to, operate differently. So this has never been something that Iran has actively pursued.
Yeah, this is possible. I don't know.
Right.
So,
yeah, when we check, okay, so we have to take this back to the Cold War. Like, you're a smart guy or whatever. Do you know what mad is?
I'm sorry, Gotham. Were you asking a question?
Yeah, I was actually like, do you know what mad is? Mutual assured destruction.
Oh, MAD. Yeah, MAD, yes.
Yeah, so we went through this for like 60 something years with the Cold War. Like, mind you, like, when we talk about nuclear weapons or whatever, the Russians they have just as many nuclear weapons as us. So why haven't they used them? Like, the Iranians are not crazy. These are, and you're from there, these are sophisticated people. These are not some sand, because Trump just think these are sand niggas who are going to just bomb the world or whatever. That's not going to happen. Like it's just not going to happen. Like the Russians understood this for 60 years or whatever. Like for people to actually think that the Iranians are some imminent threat as far as nuclear weapons bombing the United States, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen with Israel.
Gotham, I have a question. Gotham, isn't it true the Samson option is something that Israel does hold as part of their doctrine? That if their back's against the wall, they will utilize a nuke? Part of the Israeli doctrine, Samson option. But no one seems to be afraid of it. No one seems to bat eyelash to that. That's actually written, encoded. This is not even conspiratorial. So why aren't we concerned about that?
Exactly. This hypocrisy of being concerned about one country as opposed to another, which is actively aggressive and going and literally bombing their neighbors, and does not bend to any kind of sanctions, any kind of criticism, anything at all. But so I find it kind of funny that Ali, respectfully, that you would say that about Iran, but you mentioned nothing about Israel, which is actively doing exactly what you're saying.
So Gotham, let me, when you say.
But notice you still won't actually address what both Ace and I just said, Ali. You keep going back to not addressing the hypocrisy of what you're saying.
I think if I answered maybe quite detailed you're asking a good question. So Gotham, when you talk about the Iranian people are smart and they are calculated, they are nonviolent, you said it, they're not going to atomic bomb. Remember, we're not talking about the general population of Iran. We're talking about Islamic Republic of Iran, again, in general, and IRGC, the military arm, fanatic military arm of Iran, which has terrorized the entire country, the entire population. We're talking about those groups that they are crazy, okay? We're not talking about Iranian people. We need to separate the two things. So we're talking about the Islamic regime of Iran. So that is what my concern is, and what I can safely assume that is the concerns of America and perhaps other countries, that this regime possesses.
Hello, everyone. Joe Severino, running to be the next Republican governor of Illinois. Many of you already know Illinois is the corruption capital of our nation.
Intention is to enrich uranium and providing as fuel for generation of electricity using nuclear power plants. Now, any country. It's been a long time coming. The second or third richest reserves of hydrocarbon on the face of the earth, number one, which, again, having nuclear power plants is.
Oh, it's like I'm looking.
Can you quickly answer that and come back to Ronnie's question?
Sure. I will. Hold on a second. So, during the recent, so that is their intention to say on the surface they want to do this. But it was offered to them to build for them 3 nuclear power plants free of charge and provide all of the fuel that is needed for them to run. Iranian did not accept it. So that should
wait, that was after August. Wait, hold on. That was after August, July 25, when the bombs. And negotiate after that 12-day war occurred. Like this, the terms have completely changed. The landscape has changed. So don't look at Iran and say, "Oh, how dare they not trust their, people that bombed them." I mean,
and have sanctioned them for more than a decade and have literally failed them every single step of the way.
Exactly, but can
and
you
are
answer
close allies to their enemy.
Exactly. Ellie, can you answer what we talked about Israel, who does have nukes, who also does not abide by any of the treaties that other countries are held to,
right.
And also have the sanctions option, and they are aggressive? Why isn't that a threat to you, Ali?
I think Israel has had atomic bombs, probably in tens or hundreds of them, I'm not sure, various kinds. That is not correct as well.
But why does it find that to be the gravest threat?
But Israel has never signed NPTA.
Because that's
bad. They have also never allowed anyone to go in to respect them, which, I agree with you.
They've never admitted they even had nuclear weapons.
I'm not disagreeing with you, I think if you have an atomic bomb, you ought to be subject to the same kind of criteria that other countries that they possess atomic bombs. And this is not the case with Israel, and this is a point of contention with me.
And the Samson option, that's written doctrine, right? Military doctrine. That's on the books. As to how they are willing to do, mutually, what do you call it? They're okay with collateral damage. They're okay if they literally have this, that they will deploy nukes in the case of where their backs against the wall and they may lose their territory. Iran doesn't have anything like that. Iran has, in the last, listen, I'm not for the IRGC, but it's also very disingenuous to say, I think they could have possessed an atomic bomb since 1979 to today, but they haven't. They've chosen not to, but they easily could have. We know this. So you're speaking out of space of speculation, but with Israel, we know how much of a threat they are. They're the aggressor. How aggressive has Iran been to its neighbors since 1979? They're not bombing their neighbors. wars to smithereens, but Israel is. So why don't you find Israel to be the greatest threat in the region? And we shouldn't be aligning with a nation like that and helping them achieve their goal when it comes to destabilizing Iran.
I'm out here at the Chicago Federation of Labor May Day 5K, and I'm
for Israel to come out of the closet and exactly say how many bombs they have and so on, and be kind of recognized as a country that has atomic bombs. We know that. We know they have it. But they say either yes or no. They don't respond to it. That's one thing. In terms of having a nukes being cornered, I have not seen it. I would like to see where and how.
Sure, I'll take it.
So you can post it and I can look it up. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
In the entire region, Ali, don't you find that Israel's gravest threat?
You still refuse to answer that part. You've answered everything else, but you just seem to be skirting around that particular part.
So look, Iran.
Bueno, muchachos, por aquí vamos ya, miren.
Before this regime
Patrick, I want to go back to you because obviously you led the charge on this. I know you're always on the ground in the communities talking to people. When did you realize this was?
Sometimes it's good to have an enemy so the focus is
Sure.
These two just look. You admit you poisoned the king? No. That I'm innocent. I'm guilty of a far more monstrous crime. I'm guilty of being a dwarf. You're not on trial for being a dwarf. Oh. Yes, I am. I've been on trial for that my entire life.
Again, that's
Have you nothing to say in your defense? Nothing but this.
That's also against
I
Israel.
did not do it. I did not kill Joffrey, but I wish that I had. Watching your vicious bastard die gave me more relief than 1,000 lying whores. I wish I was the monster you think I am. I wish I had enough poison for the whole pack of you. I would gladly give my life to watch you all swallow.
Why is Hezbollah created? Hezbollah did not ever exist until the 80s, until there was the annexation of Hiroshima bombs. It never existed. Never existed, right? I mean, I know, yes, the bomb fundamentally fell from.
Our ship is ready to sail. What's the meaning of this? Grandpa, it's my first ship.
What do you expect to be a Marine when you're wasting your time on this nonsense?
I don't want to be a Marine. I'm a pirate.
And involved with the hazard.
No! Grandpa, don't! It's my ship!
Your training begins today.
Our ship.
When I
their rights, and they wanted to have a say in participation in the government in some form and shape.
The gift my father gave me every day of my life. A 6-figure job in tech. I need some
What the hell do men want?
It was around. Yeah, it was around that. But the PMO, you gotta understand that. You're talking about terrorist groups, and you're not talking about nations. The terrorist group is a different thing from a nation or a large country or whatever. Like, we've been fucking with Iran since the 60s. We overthrew their elected leader, and we installed something. Like we installed something that was our fault. That was our fault. Like so, America has to take accountability for that shit. Like you dealing with other countries. Shit. Like we shouldn't have never done that.
Hey besties, come along with me as we go hang out in the VIP section at Beyond Wonderland Chicago. First we head to King's Domain, this is VIP Central at Beyond, and this is where you can get your VIP lanyard, candy, hair accessories, trinkets, all of the goodies. What I love so much about VIP here is that you get so much included. Awesome bathrooms,
Ladies and gentlemen.
ladies and gentlemen.
It's time to lock the fuck in.
That was gonna help the casinos to pretty much, bring me a lot of benefit from these this is gonna benefit every single Iranian. God forbid he does that. The RGC would have even existed if we didn't start to meddle there. Then bring in the Shah, who isn't a democratic, he's an authoritarian monarchist, who's also very, you cannot deny this. You know that the Shah at that time was very brutal to some of the people that he opposed. He actually didn't allow Muslim women to wear on any, their hijabs. They committed suicide. He said freedom, but then said no, but not freedom of religion. Whatever. Point being, people are fed up with this individual. And this is when the RGC came in, it wasn't a violent revolt. They came in pretty peacefully. They would never have come in.
They came in
There
peacefully.
would have been no need for them if we didn't meddle. So it is relevant. All of these things, we wouldn't be where we are today.
No, we would be where we're going to sleep, everybody. Good night.
So he didn't have a about that.
Okay, I have some comments here, but I think I've spoken enough. I know for sure.